Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. And I think we are about to be joined by Alex Okafor. Alex,
Chip,
what's going on?
Chip, I am here, but I am having some technical difficulties with my camera. Um, but audio is here if we want to start right now while I try to figure out the camera situation.
Yes, of course. Let's do that. Very excited to have Alex in for Zay. And Zay is on vacation this week. He will be back on Monday. We've got a great show for you because I got all kinds of conversation I want to have with Alex, who of course is a Austin guy, Pflugerville guy, born in Dallas, but got down to Austin for high school, and of course picks the University of Texas, where he becomes a wrecking machine at the University of Texas from 2009 to 2012. So, Alex, let me take you back to your decision to pick Texas.
Yes.
What was it about Texas that you wanted to be a part of?
Man, so like you laid it out, I was born, I'm a Texas guy. So born in Dallas, moved out here to Pflugerville around the third or fourth grade. So I've been a Central Texas kid pretty much my entire life, the way I view it. So I was always surrounded by burnt orange, and the Longhorns were always around. Now, granted, I had a cousin at the time that played for LSU, so LSU was in contention, and then academics was always huge in my household. So Stanford was in contention as well. They had a young up and coming program with Jim Harbaugh at the time. So those were the decisions I had to come down to. But ultimately, I couldn't leave mom's cooking. I couldn't leave the house. I couldn't leave the crib. I couldn't leave my family, and I had to stay local. And that's ultimately what it came down to for me. And
And
once again, please excuse my camera situation. I doubt I'll be able to figure it out for the show, so it'll have to be just audio, but let's roll.
yeah, let's roll. Let's roll. So you roll into Texas, and that's the year that you're a freshman in 09, and that's the year that Texas goes to the national championship game.
Yes.
And that defense was filthy.
Hoo-wee.
I mean, I thought Texas was going to win that game against Alabama because of the defense.
Yep.
You tell me, tell me about the dogs on that defense and what that year was like.
I'm glad you mentioned the defense, because when we always go back in time and look at that 2009 football team, obviously the name that stands out is Colt McCoy. Then it follows by guys like Jordan Shipley and all these offensive players. But like you said, our defense was really one of the best defenses that had come into Texas for a long time, and especially that defensive line. That defensive line was so deep that I think I only played maybe 5 snaps the entire national championship game. Like, I was a bench warmer on that D-line my freshman year. But when you start thinking about names, you think of guys like Lamar Houston. You think of guys like Sergio Kendall. You think of guys like Sam Acho, Eddie Jones, Ben Alexander, all these guys across the D-line. And then you look at your linebackers. You got Keenan Robinson. You got Emmanuel Acho. You got Jared Norton. And then you got an elite secondary with Shockey Brown, Blake Gideon, Curtis Brown, Earl Thomas, all of these type of guys. So we had one of the all-time Texas defenses, and it showed why we had so much success that year, especially in 2009.
Yeah, and I mean that the Big 12 title game against Nebraska. I mean, you guys hold them to 10 points, and the offense scratches out 12 points with that field goal from Hunter Lawrence with, 1 second on the clock. What do you remember about that game?
Well, one thing I remember is I was actually on the field goal kicking team. So I was actually blocking for Hunter Lawrence on that last second field goal. And funny enough, Ndamukong Suh was lined up right in front of me. So as a freshman, I already knew I had my work cut out. But seeing Suh lined up across from me, and people, hey, don't forget, this was the Ndamukong Suh that had sacked Colt McCoy 4 times in that game already. So I knew I was about to get blasted, but I had so much pride that I knew I couldn't let my guy be the reason why we didn't win. So long story short, it went exactly how I thought it would go. Suh was licking his chops, and he ran right through my face mask, and I got decleated on that play. But on the way to him decleating me, I was able to just stall him up long enough to get the kickoff. And if you go back and watch that play, I think I was on the right side of the field goal unit. That whole side gets obliterated by Suh, but we're still able to get the kickoff and win that Big 12 championship game.
I mean, Alex, Ndamukong Suh probably could have won the Heisman that year.
Yes.
Like you went up against him probably what, 3 plays in that game on the field goals?
Just on the field goal unit. But the first couple times he wasn't coming as hard as he was on that last play. So
Yeah.
It was a little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah. That was an insane game. And that defense was insane. So the dogs on that unit, and I'm trying to think, like, who was the alpha in that group? You mentioned, you had Earl Thomas and the guys up front, like Lamar Houston and Sergio Kindle. Who's the alpha?
To me, and my perspective may have been a little skewed since I am a D lineman, but to me, the voice on that defense was Lamar Houston. Now, people could argue that Earl Thomas and Sergio Kindle might have been our most impactful players on that defense, but in terms of the voice, the rallying cry, the guy that's going to rally the troops, it was Lamar Houston, and he dictated how that defense performed.
Yeah, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, feel free to comment, throw some questions at Alex Okafor, who will be co-hosting with me here for the first hour of the show. And then we'll have John McClain of, all things Houston. Houston, he's written for the Chronicle, the HoustonTexans.com. He's on radio all over the country. He'll jump in at 3:00, but, get your questions in for Alex. We'll get to his Super Bowl win with the Kansas City Chiefs, and of course the Third and Longhorn podcast, which you all are doing a great job with. And you just had Steve Sarkisian on, so we'll ask you about that. But a couple more questions on that 2009 defense, because I said Colt McCoy should have won the Heisman in 2008. Mm-hmm. That was his unbelievable record-breaking. He led the team in rushing. He completed 76.7% of his passes. He was crazy good on third down, I think he converted 3rd and 7 or longer 55% of the time that year. But in 2009, I felt like the defense was the deal, because I remember the OU game that year, and probably the best play Colt made in that game was a tackle on an interception that he threw. But the defense kept OU, I want to say, out of maybe they scored once, but or twice. It was like 16-13, I think, was the final. Aaron Williams had a sick interception in that game. I mean, were you all just going out on the field like, this is our party and no one else is invited?
It was, that's actually pretty accurate, Chip. We had a certain swagger about ourselves that year. That 2009 year was special, and it was my freshman year. So this is what I'm inheriting. This is the standard for me coming in as a freshman. And to answer your question directly, yeah, that's just how we rolled. Every time they rolled a football out on the field, we expected to dominate. And I'm not just talking about dominating score-wise. I'm talking about dominating physically. We were going to overpower you, and we were going to physically manhandle you. And that was our mentality that 2009 season. And it shows especially in that Oklahoma game. That was the game that I want to say second series of the game. Is that when AJ came off the edge on a nickel blitz and injured
And
Sam Bradford's shoulder? Is that the correct game?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, but that's what we hung our hat on. We hung our hat on that physicality, that type of physical play. So that's why, to answer your question, no, it wasn't a surprise for us. That's just how we operated throughout the whole season.
Yeah, yeah. And Will Muschamp, the defensive coordinator, what was he like, Alex?
Well, as a young buck stepping into that defense, man, he instilled fear into all of the underclassmen in that program. He was just fierce. He was a fierce coordinator. He was a fierce competitor. He was a fierce coach. Even when we're just in the meeting rooms installing plays, you can hear him from 3 or 4 hallways down because that's how loud and intense he was. So walking into that situation, it was eye-opening. I'm coming out of high school. I'm coming out of Pflugerville High School. We had intense coaches, but we didn't have Will Muschamps. I don't think there'll ever be another Will Muschamp in college football, if I'm being honest. So he definitely instilled that fear and that fierceness within me. But as I got older, I appreciated that because, like I said, I walked into a standard that should have remained the standard at Texas. So it really opened my eyes and it gave me plenty of experience on how to lead and what the expectations were at the school within that time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he came in and did an amazing job, and then things got weird in 2010. It felt like Mac didn't really get over the loss to Alabama. It was kind of, maybe, I don't know. What was your read on what happened in 2010?
Yeah, so 2010, to me, it was a combination of two things. One, for me, it was a national championship hangover. And when I say a hangover, I mean thinking that we're just going to be able to duplicate that success the next season. Like I said, I came in as a freshman, and us going undefeated was the standard in my eyes. Like I thought we were going to be able to duplicate that success all 4 years within the program while I was there, and that just wasn't the case. So when I talk about having a hangover the following year, we just thought we would be able to walk out on the field and stomp everybody, and that wasn't the case. Now, we worked hard in the offseason, but I don't know if we worked hard enough. I don't know if we had the right mindset to pick up the slack from all the pieces we were missing from the year before. And I think it showed on the field. The second part to that, and I would never put it all on one person. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But offensively, our quarterback play just wasn't good enough. And we know when it comes to football, you need elite quarterback play to really have a chance. Now, we went 5-7 that year, so I don't think a Cam Newton could have saved us that year. So I'm not going to put it all on the quarterback's shoulders. But we came in with a hangover. We didn't put the necessary amount of work in the offseason. And offensively, QB play just wasn't good enough in my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. And then kind of, get the pieces back going in the right direction in 11. And then in 12, it seemed like things clicked for you. Mm-hmm. I mean, 12 and a half sacks, which I think, you know where that ranks?
I do not. You want to fill me in?
Yep. Number 7 all time.
Okay.
And then you're also top 2 in tackles for loss in a single game.
Okay.
You know what game that was?
I would have the Alamo Bowl. It has to
That's
be.
Right. That's right. Alex Okafor took over that game.
Do you actually have the guy that's ranked ahead of me? That would be interesting.
Okay, so the tackles for loss in a game.
Yes.
It is Tim Crowder.
Wow. Okay.
He had 7 against Rice in 2006.
That is impressive. Okay. I'm actually okay with that because Tim is a close friend of mine. I've actually worked out with him in the off seasons before, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and You finished your career with 22 sacks, which also puts you in the let's see here. Thought I had written that down, but I didn't. It puts you 12th. So let me ask you this, because Colin Simmons has said, he wants to break the record. I don't know if he knows that it's 22 and a half by Kiki Dil. I mean, it's crazy that it's 22 and a half, and then the next is 14.
Yep.
And then it's 13, and then it's 12 and a half, which is what you had in a single season. You think Colin Simmons can get to 22 and a half?
So in football, there's just some stats that are unbreakable. Kiki's sack record is one of those stats, along with, I'd say, Jerry Rice's receiving yards record. There's when you talk about hockey, Wayne Gretzky, all these type of sports stats, these specific stats will never be broken. So I say that to say, no, I do not think Colin will break Kiki's record, but could he come number 2 all time? Can he break that 14? I think he could get close to that. And I honestly wouldn't bet against him from what I've seen.
So what is it about him, Alex, that stands out? What is it about Colin Simmons?
Yeah, man. So when I watch the tape, even when I'm not watching the tape and just watching him on a live national stream, he is, to me, the most naturally gifted pass rusher Texas has had in a long time. And when I say long time, I mean probably modern history, probably dating back to the 90s, just because I can't remember earlier than that. He just makes it, his natural ability to get off the line of scrimmage, his ball get off is elite. It looks like he's not even trying when he gets off the ball. There's no false steps there. So his natural ball get off, combined with his dip and lean, the natural ability to get low. I remember one of the best pass rushers in my mind the past 20 years has been Von Miller. And what made him so great was his ability to stay low. People always compared him to like Spider-Man, saying he can run on walls sideways if he could. I see the same thing with Colin Simmons. He gets so low. His dip and lean is so low and so natural. It makes him slippery and incredibly hard to punch. And offensive linemen, just point blank period, they have a hard time getting 2 hands on him. And that's his biggest gift in my mind, just his slipperiness and his natural ability. So you combine all that, that's allowed him to have success early in his career. Wait till he starts actually putting rush plans together. Wait till he starts learning other rush moves other than the dip and lean or the chop. Like, wait till he gets some more complex rush moves into his arsenal to see what type of player he becomes. To me, in the past 20 to 30 years, the best pass rusher I've seen at Texas is Brian Orakpo. I think the most gifted and naturally blessed pass rusher in the past 20, 30 years is Colin Simmons. So we'll see if he'll be able to put it all together in eclipse Rack.
Have you gotten to spend time around him, and like, do you have a feel for how hungry he is to add to his arsenal and his toolbox?
Yeah, no, I have been around him, and he's a fun-loving kid. He's a pleasure to be around. Makes the game fun, jokes around, keeps it lighthearted. But you can tell he has that hunger within him, and he recognizes that he has an opportunity to be the best, and he wants to go for that. There's guys that have the ability but have a certain timidness about them. That's not Colin. Colin knows how blessed he is, and he knows that he has a chance to reach the pinnacle that not many people can reach at the University of Texas. And he goes for it every time he's out there on the field. And with anything that he does in his everyday life, if you ask about his off-season workouts, if you ask about the way he conducts himself off the field, everything he does is at an elite level. And I think that's intentional.
He, you're right. He's got that. He's funny. He's fun loving. You can tell he's confident.
Mm-hmm.
And he got 9 sacks without ever starting a game.
And Chip, the 9 sacks he got, were they not the easiest looking 9 sacks that you've ever seen? They looked unbelievably easy for him to get. And that's why answering your original question, I do think he has a chance to be the second all-time single season sack leader. I do.
What when you look at this defense, you got Anthony Hill Jr. at linebacker. You've got Colin Simmons coming off the edge. We don't know yet what's going on at defensive tackle, although you probably have a feel. Ethan Burke on the other side. So, and Trey Moore. Trey Moore is going to be moving around, probably coming off the edge a bunch, playing some off-ball linebacker. What do you make of the defensive front that Texas will have coming into this year?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think quietly Texas has created an identity of putting out elite defensive lines. When you look at the past 2 seasons, we've had some of the best defensive line groups in the country. When you look at 2 years ago, you think of Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat. When you look at last year, you think of Alfred Collins, Barron Sorrell, Colin Simmons. This year, you just named all the depth we have across the board. Now, defensive tackle is still a little unproven, but given our track record from last year in terms of being able to bring in transfer guys and they produce right away, I feel good about the D tackles we have coming in. So Texas has quietly built this identity defensively on its defensive line, and I don't think that should change this upcoming season. I am a little concerned about how we're going to hold up in the middle in terms of stopping the run. I don't automatically assume that carries over to the next year. That's something that you got to reprove yourself every single season. So week 1 against Ohio State, I'm expecting us to put out a stout interior defense and hopefully keep Ohio State under 100 yards just to set the tone for the season. But to answer your question, I think we're going to have an explosive defensive line. And I think the goal of this defense should be able to get opposing offenses into 3rd and long. Because if we get them into 3rd and long, it's going to get ugly for any team we're playing.
Yeah. I mean, if they can stop the run, watch out. I mean, this could be a dominant defensive team. And in fact, with Arch Manning and 4 new starters in the offensive line and receivers, Emmett Mosley the 5th coming in, and Jack Endries, new guy at tight end, arrived in June. The offense might take a minute to get its timing down and its cohesion. This defense could be the key to victory at Ohio State, right?
Yep. And I agree 100% with you. There's so many moving parts offensively. And obviously, we believe in Sark. We know that whatever product he puts on the field offensively is going to be dynamic. But there will be a learning curve that Texas fans should be aware about. So while the offense is going through that learning curve, I expect the defense to come out guns blazing. I know we lost a lot of talent, but we still have so much talent still left on campus and a bunch of young rising bulls coming up. So I'm excited about this defense. And yes, you are correct. If we want to reach the mountaintop, if we want to win a national championship this year, there can't be any hesitancy within our defense early on in the season. It has to come out guns blazing, and it has to establish that standard that we established at the end of the season last year, but come out strong early on this year with that standard.
Yeah. Are there any players that you don't think people are talking enough about that you're excited about?
Yeah, I'm excited about a lot of guys. Now, if you want me to go through all of them, this could be a 30-minute segment right here. But I'll just go through a couple names that I'll be watching. For me, starting off with Jelani McDonald. He is a guy that has flashed in the past, and he's made some big plays. I forgot what game it was last year, but to me, it was one of the best plays that I saw anybody on the field make last year. So I'm expecting that playmaking ability to carry over into this season. And we always keep a dynamic nickel, whether that's Jade, whether that's Jalen Gilbo, which has some position flexibility, but we always keep a dynamic nickel or star player, as they like to call it, within the defense. So I expect Jelani McDonald to step into that role this year and be that star that roams around the field and makes big plays for us. On top of that, I want to see what Trey Moore can do. We already talked about Colin Simmons, and it's crazy to say, as young as Colin Simmons is, I think he's a known commodity for us at Texas. I think we know what we're going to get out of him week in and week out. It's just a matter of him reaching, his ultimate potential. But a guy that I don't think we're talking about enough is Trey Moore. And I know there was a ton of excitement when we got him as a transfer last offseason. And I think that excitement kind of fizzled out a little bit because he didn't come in with the hot start that Colin came in with. But if you look at the end of the season, he might have been our best pass rusher at the end of the season. He might have been our best D lineman at the end of the season. He was making plays at a rate of some of the greats that I've ever seen, and his motor is off the charts. So you combine that motor on Trey Moore with him finally sealing the deal on a couple of these sacks that he's missed last year, I think we could have a bookend combo between Colin Simmons and Trey Moore that can rival some of the best bookends we've seen at Texas. So those are two names that just jump off the page to me.
What do you think about Ethan Burke? Because he led the team in sacks as a young player,
mm-hmm.
and then he gets replaced by Trey Moore.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got that length. He had the huge play on the goal line. Amari Daniels, on the 4th and goal against A&M.
Mm-hmm.
What do you like about Ethan Burke? What stands out?
Yeah. So one thing I like, the two things I love about Ethan Burke is one, his size, and two, his motor, just his activity. All the play, if you make a highlight tape of every play that Ethan Burke has ever made in his career at Texas, it's going to come down to his nonstop motor and his activity. It's not going to be any clean sacks. It's not going to be him winning on his first rush move. It's going to be him just getting grimy and dirty and just having a nonstop motor and falling into plays, which is great. Not everybody can do that. I think the next step for Ethan Burke would be, will he be able to use his length? Like you said, it's such a mismatch advantage. If you look at Ethan Burke, he looks like a NBA power forward. Like, his size is unreal. The key for him, can Coach Kenny Baker get him to use that size, get him to use that length? I view him a lot as Alfred Collins. The way we were able to tap into Alfred Collins last season and get him to finally use that big physical frame of his, I need to see that from Ethan Burke this upcoming season, and I'm confident we will. The good thing for Ethan, like I said, is he's going to make plays just off his activity and his motor. Now, can we see him make some plays off of his size and, him using his hands and winning on the first move? Let's add a little bit more sexy to Ethan's game. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, and you probably had a chance to see some of these, young guys who are going to be climbing up the depth chart. If it's not this year, next year, like Zena Umazulu, and then they brought in Lance Jackson, who is already 6'5", 258, Alex. Good gravy.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Sark has a type. He has a type on that defensive line.
I mean, what do you have a feel for if those guys are, they'll probably get their turn next year, but you have a feel for if they're the real deal?
I think Lance Jackson, I'm excited about this kid. I think he could even work his way into the rotation this season. I don't expect him to, get a majority snap share, but I do see him working his way into the rotation. Other than that, it's going to be hard for some of these edge rushers to really crack the lineup. We've had so much depth across the board, and we have so many dynamic rushers that we're just not going to have to depend on these young guys like we've had to in the past. Like, who's going to steal snaps from Colin Simmons? Who's going to steal snaps from Trey Moore? In my eyes, when Colin Simmons isn't out there on a 3rd and long, that's an injustice to the defense. So, in my opinion, I'm excited about the young thoroughbreds we do have as depth, but they're going to have to wait their turn because we're just so top heavy right now.
Yeah. Anthony Hill, what do you like about this guy?
Man, what's there not to like about him? I fell in love with Anthony Hill when I saw him rip off 2 sacks against Bama 2 years ago in Tuscaloosa. That's when I really fell in love with Anthony Hill. And I think since that Alabama game, I don't know if we've seen him rush on the edge since then. But that's a topic for another time. But that just shows his versatility and just shows how dominant he is as a player. He's truly one of those athletes that you can put him at any position on the field, and he's going to make his presence felt. What I love hearing this offseason is now he's stepping into that vocal leadership role. I think that's the next step for him. Can he really command a defense? Can he make all the checks for our defense? Can he line people up? It's one thing to be able to do your job, but as a team leader, you got to do my job plus. You got to be able to dominate in your role, but you also have to put people in position to dominate at their role as well. So I will be interested in seeing, can Anthony Hill take that next step as a leader? We know we're going to get from him on the field. He's going to make dynamic plays. He's going to provide pressure up the middle. But can he lead this defense and make sure that there's no fall off from the standard that we created last year? Because last year we had one of the all-time great Texas defenses, and we'd be a little naive to think that we can, duplicate that. But we shouldn't be far off from what we produced last year. So can Anthony Hill take us there?
Yeah, and I think, and I've talked about this, that there was a special quality, especially about the back seven of the defense, because of the connection that Jahdae Barron, Michael Taft, and Andrew Makuba had as friends who trained together at 3 different high schools in the Austin area. And my gosh, their communication last year, Alex, was unbelievable. And obviously you lose Jahdae Barron, you lose Andrew Makuba, and maybe Jelani McDonald can slide in there at the nickel. Derek Williams is coming back from his knee injury. What do you think about that communication and how important it was?
It was, man, our guys were so in sync last year in that back end. It looked like everybody was playing on a single string. That's the type of chemistry we had on the back end. And you just laid out why we had that type of chemistry. 3 Central Texas kids all growing up together, training together their entire football careers. And it leads to that type of connection and that type of communication on the back end. Now this year, there will be some new bodies, new starters, but ultimately the core is still there. You still have Michael Taft. You still have Jalen Gilbo. You still have Malik Muhammad. So the core is still there. They have to build on what they lost last year, which is going to be tough to replace. But the talent is there, and the leaders in that room are still there. So just like I said with Anthony Hill, it's on the shoulders of Michael Taft to bring everybody up to speed. And that's going to be a big role for him, but I think he's ready for that. And not only bringing everybody up to speed, he also has a big year ahead of him as well, because he's looking to go pro, and I think he's shown all of us that he can play at the pro level. But I think there might be some whispers out there of people saying, is Michael Taft going to take a step back because he doesn't have the same talent around him that he has had the past couple seasons? So for Taft, how do you take your game to the next level while also allowing everybody else around you to take your game to the next level? I don't have the answer for that, but that's why they've had all off season. But I do trust that they will get the job done. And I think that back end is still going to be dynamic for us like it was last year.
Yeah. What about on the offense? I know, obviously we're talking to Alex Okafor, Longhorn legend and Super Bowl LIV. I don't even.
Yes. Super Bowl live.
Super Bowl live champ with the Kansas City Chiefs. By the way, does Derek Johnson get upset that he spent his whole career in Kansas City and you won the Super Bowl in Kansas City and he didn't?
I do joke with him a little bit, but I try not to rub it in too much because, Derek spent so much time there and he's one of the all-time greats in Kansas City. So I know it was a soft spot for him not being able to collect the chip. He put his blood, sweat, and tears in for over a decade. And then literally as soon as he retires, that's when Pat Mahomes gets drafted and the franchise takes over. So anyways, I rub it in a little bit, but I try to spare him for the most part.
Yeah. Y'all do a great job on that Third and Longhorn podcast. And I was going to ask you about the offense. Do you have a feel for Arch Manning, his ability to let all this hype kind of just roll off his back and stay dialed in to what he's got to do, the process, his teammates?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have no concerns over Arch Manning. The way he's come into the program, the way he's handled himself the first 2 years, the game tape I've watched of him whenever he's been able to come in and play, everything points to him being a superstar. And I think everybody in Longhorn Nation knows that. So I'm not going to speak too much on Arch Manning. I will say that Texas fans need to be prepared for a learning curve. Now, I think he's going to be dynamic, but yes, he still needs to learn how to manage end-of-game situations, and that's something that I'll be watching for this season. But other key pieces on the offense that I would like to highlight is this wide receiver room. Sark, he's given us some elite rooms in the past, and if you even look at last year's room, which I think is the best of the bunch, you look at guys like Matthew Golden, Ryan Wingo, Isaiah Bond, guys like that, DeAndre Moore. To me, that's the best wide receiving unit we've had in Sark's tenure. How do we replace that production? We still got guys like DeAndre Moore, who I think will slide into that Matthew Golden role in terms of just being that reliable target for Arch Manning. And then you got Ryan Wingo, who will be our big play guy. But can Ryan Wingo take the next step? Can we see a little more development out his route tree? I know he can run all the routes, but I would like to see him get a couple more underneath targets, just giving him the full arsenal. On top of that, who is Emmett Mosley going to be for us? We know who he was at Stanford, but who is he going to be in this Sark offense? Is that Sark offense, is it going to unlock him and take his game to the next level, or is it going to hinder him? Because we know the complexities of Sark's offense. So I think there's a lot of question marks in that wide receiver room. Also, who's going to be our wide receiver 4? Because we know Sark likes to roll out 4 guys and everybody's getting targets. Also, before I move on to the next position, tight end to me in Sark's offense is an extension of a wide receiver. Who is going to be our dynamic playmaker at the tight end position? Who's going to be our dynamic pass catcher? We've had guys like Gunnar Helm, Jatavian Sanders in the past. Will Jack Indries be able to fill that role for us? I think he can, but he's going to have to prove it. Also, we ran a lot of 12 personnel early downs, first and second downs. 12 personnel just means 2 tight ends on the field. Do we have the depth in that room to continue to roll out 12 personnel? Does Sark trust 2 tight ends to put in the game on early downs? If not, then now the offense is going to kind of have a makeover. So there are a lot of questions offensively. But before I pass it back to you, one thing I am excited about with this offense is I think we're getting our dynamic rushing attack back. One thing that Sark hangs his hat on, everybody thinks he's a creative play caller, which he is, and has explosive pass catchers, which he does. But Sark hangs his hat on having a dynamic rushing attack. We saw that with Bijan. We saw that with Roschon. We saw that with Jonathan Brooks. Last year, with so many injuries in that running back room, Trey Wisner was able to keep us afloat, but I don't think anybody would say our rushing attack was dynamic. This year, we're coming in with a full stable. I'm talking C.J. Baxter, Christian Clark, Trey Wisner returning, plus Jared Gibson. I'm looking for us to get back to that 200 yards rushing a game, and I think we will.
Yeah. No, it's a great point. I mean, Steve Sarkisian, the guy's always had a 1,000-yard rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And Trevian, he got there barely, 1,064, but he got there.
He got there, and he got there with a depleted rushing attack. So to me, that means a little bit more. But not to interrupt, I just want to highlight one player. When we talk about these running backs, I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight C.J. Baxter, just because I'm just blown away by, 1, the talent that this kid has, and 2, the maturity that he's displayed with his time on campus. This is a guy, let's not forget, Jonathan Brooks was the number 1 guy coming out for his draft class. C.J. Baxter started over him as a freshman. That tells you the talent that this guy has. He has to stay healthy. He's been fighting injuries his whole career at Texas. But when we get C.J. Baxter in space, man, he looks like a young DeMarco Murray, a young Eric Dickerson. I'm talking about a long, slender guy that's excellent in space, can make guys miss, doesn't look like he's running at top-end speed, but is running right by guys. To me, when we talk about talent, he's one of the most talented, if not the most talented guy on that offense. And I'm ready for it to come all together for him and have just that explosive dynamic season. So,
Yeah, and he seems like a great teammate.
yes.
Like, even while he was out injured, he was always there, helping the guys who are playing. I mean,
Mhm.
he just seems like a really good teammate, and it'll be interesting because he ran in a gap scheme in high school. He didn't run much zone, and obviously the outside zone is a bread and butter play for Steve Sarkisian. So, like, how much progress can he make as a zone runner? From
Mhm.
watching film, from studying and learning while he was out. I'm excited to
Mhm.
see what he can do because he can catch the football. Great teammate. He's got burst. Um, and I've heard some good things about James Simon, Alex.
Okay.
Um, I had one source tell me he's Jarek Gibson with better hands, like
Wow.
as a receiver.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's in a long line, so I
Correct.
don't know how much we'll see James Simon, but
Yeah.
um, well, let me ask you about your time in the NFL because you get drafted to Arizona,
Hmm.
and did you play with Sam Acho there
I did. I played with Sam for 2 seasons.
and Jordan Hicks?
I did not. Me and Jay Hicks didn't have any crossover. I think he came in right when I left.
Okay, um, and then you're there for your rookie contract,
Hmm.
and you go to New Orleans.
Yep.
How was that?
New Orleans was a special time for me. I view New Orleans as the pit stop in my career that kind of reinvigorated my career. Like you said, I got drafted by the Cardinals. Was out due to injury my rookie year, and then my second year I came back with a vengeance and led the team in sacks. After that second year, I was continued to be riddled by injuries and just couldn't get to the level of play that I displayed in my second year. So I move on, get picked up by the New Orleans Saints. In the 2 years I was in New Orleans, I really felt like I had returned to that elite level that I had displayed early in my career with the Cardinals. And I thank Sean Payton for that. I thank Cam Jordan. I thank the entire New Orleans Saints organization because they really put me back on track. And they made sure they provided all the resources I needed to get me to maximize my capabilities. Now, we had some heartbreaking losses when I was in New Orleans. I don't know if you remember the Minnesota Miracle, where Stephon Diggs was in Minnesota, catches that last second Hail Mary and beats us in the playoffs. And then the following year, that absurd no call on the pass interference against the Rams. So there was a lot of heartbreak there with the Saints, but I owe them for my career because I was able to bounce back with them in a tremendous way.
Well, then you go to Kansas City. How did that come about?
Yeah, so after my 2 years in New Orleans, and I kind of knew that my stint in New Orleans was going to be short lived. They were cap strapped. They didn't have much free cash, and I knew what I was trying to do. I knew that I was trying to have dynamic seasons so that I could hit the open market and collect a payday. So I knew it wasn't going to be a long tenure in New Orleans, and it wasn't. So after 2 seasons, hit the open market and get some interest from the Kansas City Chiefs. And it was an interesting situation because the year that I went to Kansas City, I had just came from New Orleans, and I told you how we lost our playoff series. Well, we were in the NFC. On the AFC side, the way that the Chiefs lost their series in the playoffs was because D Ford was offsides. So
Oh,
my
that's right.
previous team and the team that I was going to both dealt with incredibly tough, heartbreaking losses in the respective conference championship games. So it was a cool dynamic for me. And honestly, the way I was able to transition out of New Orleans and help the Chiefs get over the hump and get that Super Bowl was just special. And I have memories that will last a lifetime. But I just thought the dynamic of the team that I was coming from and the team that I was going to, just that the trajectory of both programs was just special to me, and I appreciated my time in both places.
Yeah. What stands out about that Super Bowl Alex, because I mean that's the mountaintop. That's where everybody's trying to get.
Mm-hmm. Man, so the thing I remember the most about the Super Bowl was I remember heading into the fourth quarter, we were down by 2 scores, and it was not a good feeling. Um, our fans in the stadium had gotten quiet around that time. I'm sure the audience that was watching thought it was sealed up for San Fran, but we had never given up hope. We had been down before, so we knew how to come back, and we believed in the talent we had on our side of the foot on our side of the ball. So, long story short, everybody takes us for dead in the fourth quarter, and we overcome. I want to say a 10-point deficit with maybe like seven minutes left, and it's the most unbelievable comeback that I've ever seen. I'm talking about a deep pass to Tyreek Hill, a deep pass to Sammy Watkins, Jimmy Garoppolo missing a deep ball to his guy. I mean, all the stars had to align perfectly for us to win that game, and they did. And it makes it that much more special to me. I think that's a more special way of winning than just going in and blowing somebody out. So that's what stuck with me the most.
Yeah, and Andy Reid, how do you describe him?
Man, Big Red. That's what we call him, Big Red. One thing I love
How about
about
those Chiefs?
How about those Chiefs? Yeah, no, that's my guy right there. I love Big Red. One thing that I love about his coaching style is he doesn't necessarily lead with like an iron fist. He leads off of his play calling ability and his natural ability to be a good person and a good leader. He never raises his voice. He's never cursing at anybody. I don't think I've ever heard him say one curse word since I've been with the Chiefs. But he just has a way of tapping into his players and getting everybody on board to achieve one common goal. One thing that always sticks with me is before we break the huddle to run out the tunnel, Big Red gives us a pregame speech. And at the end of that speech, he always says, "Let your personality show." And that has always stuck with me because he's basically telling us, go have fun out there. Go be yourselves. And not many coaches do that. And I think it shows with the product on the field. I think the Chiefs are one of the most fun teams to watch. I think they're one of the most innovative teams to watch. And that's because of their head coach. Their head coach allows them to play that way.
And Alex, what is it about Patrick Mahomes? We saw him put up crazy numbers at Texas Tech. They didn't win all the time, but what did you see from him in his development, evolution in the NFL that's made him who he is?
Yeah. Oh, man. You're going to make me go off on a long tangent. No, I think so. The obvious thing about Pat is that he possesses an unbelievable level of skill and natural ability. And I think he relied on that early in his career. Early in his career, you saw all the deep passes, all the electric plays, him just making the game look easy. He led with his talent early in his career. But now, as he's gotten deeper in his career into the midpoint, I think he's leading in executing off his mind. It might not be as exciting to watch, but if you watch the nuances within the game, the chess match between the offense and the defense, Pat is winning those chess matches, I want to say 80 to 90% of the time. And it's been fun to watch. It's been fun to see him develop. And early in his career, he was blessed with a ton of talent around him. I'm talking about Tyreek Hill, a young Travis Kelce, Sammy Watkins, McCall Hardman, Demarcus Robinson, Kareem Hunt, guys like that on offense. As he's gotten older and into his tenure with the Chiefs, those names don't ring out quite as loud. He's not getting those all-time greats on that offense like he was in the past, but he's still having the same amount of success, which just goes to show how much maturity he's developed and how the mental battle, how much he's progressed his vision of the game and the nuances of the game. And it's been fun to see.
Yeah. Yeah. And Xavier Worthy getting a chance to flourish in that offense. What'd you think of his rookie season?
I thought he had a great rookie year. I thought it started off a little slow, which was expected. I knew there would be a learning curve for him. But as soon as Rashee Rice went down and they had to lean on him a little bit more, I think he stepped up to the plate. I think there were times that he looked better on the Chiefs than he did at Texas. And that's no knock on him at Texas, but he's playing against stiffer competition in the league, and he made it look easy. So I'm expecting another dynamic second year out of Xavier Worthy. But just to highlight the whole offense, I do think the Chiefs will get back to that explosive 400 yards a game type offense this year, just because they're getting all of their healthy pieces back. They're getting their running back with Pacheco back. And we talked about Xavier Worthy, but the depth within that wide receiver room, when you talk about Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice, Jalen Royals, and Travis Kelce. So going back to X, I think he'll build off of his rookie year and have another great second year. But in totality, I just think the Chiefs are going to have a bounce back year, and that offense will get back to 2019, 2020 levels.
Who's the toughest guy you ever went up against on, from an offensive tackle perspective?
Toughest guy I ever went up against was Tyrone Smith. And the reason why I say that, I mean, I've gone against some incredible talents. I think Lane Johnson and Trent Williams are probably the most talented tackles, but the actual toughest competition was probably Tyrone Smith, just because he's so athletic, he's so strong, but he's nasty too. If you take a play off against Tyrone Smith, he will finish you, and that's what separates him and other guys. I've literally seen him in people's careers. I've seen Tyrone Smith hit people in the chest and then not be able to come back in the game. So he was probably the toughest guy I've ever had to go against from an offensive line perspective.
Yeah, I was just curious. Okay, I said we were going to get to the Third and Longhorn podcast. Y'all are doing a great job. If all of our listeners go to YouTube and type in Third and Longhorn, y'all have had so many great guests on. No surprise, it's you and Derek Johnson and Jeremy Fozzie, Rod B. And you all had Sark on, and it was cool because you could tell each of you had very pointed questions for Sark, and they came from really educated, viewpoints, obviously, as former Longhorns and guys who've, played in the NFL. What did you learn in that interview? What stood out to you?
What stood out Sark gave us a lot. And first of all, thank you for shouting out the podcast. We truly enjoy doing what we do. But going to the Sark interview, he gave us a lot. That's number one. We knew that he would be open to doing the interview. We didn't know how politically correct he'd be or how long the interview would go. Honestly, we jotted out maybe 20 to 30 minutes, but Sark gave us a whole lot. And if you haven't seen it, please go watch it. But the thing that I took away was just how much he has a pulse on his team. He knows exactly what makes his team click and what makes his team like rip and run. And he eloquently lays that out within the interview. I don't think any coach in college football knows their team better than Sark knows his team. And that might be a funny thing to say because obviously coaches build their rosters, but Sark knows exactly what every guy on his team is good and poor at, but he also knows what makes these guys click, and he knows how to get the most out of each individual player on the team. So that's honestly what I walked away most impressed with. But the second part to me was just how good he makes it sound to go to Texas. Like he was giving us his recruiting pitch, and it made me want to turn back the hands of time and recommit to Texas. That's one thing that stood out to me was just how eloquent he is in pitching the university. And I see why he gets top rank after top ranked after top ranked recruiting class.
Yeah. Yeah. They took a snippet of that interview Texas football did on their social media and turned it into a video presentation. It was a recruiting pitch that was like, wow.
It was unreal. And I've lived in Austin my entire life. He was making points that I wasn't even aware of, points that I wasn't even able to connect the dots on just yet.
So Texas has had the most players drafted the last 2 years, 6 D linemen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, he's got his little, I don't want to say it's a PowerPoint. It's not a PowerPoint, but he's good. He's
Yeah,
good.
no, he definitely has his talking points when it comes to speaking about the program, and they sound great.
Yeah. What what else you got going? What else can we promote?
Well,
For Alex Okafor?
like you said, Third and Longhorn podcast, please continue to support that. And if you haven't subscribed to it, please click and subscribe to our Third and Longhorn YouTube channel. On top of that, I will be continuing my work with KXAN, doing the official pregame show for the Texas Longhorns. That always starts an hour before kickoff. So please tune in to the local KXAN news network or the Longhorn Network app to see me and whoever my co-host will be this upcoming season do that show. And last but not least, I just finished my first term serving on the local school board here in Pflugerville ISD. And we've been able to do some tremendous work with the kids already. So I'm looking forward to another year of serving within my community and getting the most out of these kids.
I love that. Look at you, Alex. Good for you, man. Oh, one other thing. Have you met Alan Clark?
The name sounds familiar. Where would I know him from?
He's the new defensive ends coach at Texas.
That's where I know that name. I have not, but I am looking forward to meeting him. I actually met Coach Baker for the first time, I want to say 2 months ago. So I'm a little behind on meeting the new coaching hires, but I plan on running into him soon.
Yeah. I'm intrigued. He worked with some guys. I see John McClain in the waiting room. He worked with Daniil Hunter and some guys, and they raved about him. So I'm real interested to see how he can help these guys. But listen, Alex, I know you got things to do. You gotta bounce. Really appreciate it so much, and happy 4th of July weekend. And we'll talk soon.
Thank you, Chip. Anytime. And hopefully next time I'll have my camera working, so I owe you one on that.
I know, we got to see that mug, that handsome mug of yours. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. Bring me back in, and I'll make sure the camera's working next time.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Take care, Chip.
All right. There he goes, Alex Okafor. Let's bring in the general, the voice of reason in H-Town. He does it all. He's a member of the Screen Actors Guild. He's been in movies like Spring Breakers and Cook County. Cook County. I always say, go watch Cook County. That's a good movie. The one and only John McClain. John, how you doing?
Chip, I'm doing great. Amazon.com. I think it's $2. You can watch Cook County with Anson Mount, who is the star of the Star Trek Strange New Worlds. It's in his 3rd season. After he did Cook County, he starred on AMC for 5 years in Hell on Wheels. And so Anson's a really good actor. His dad, remember, and I know you didn't do anything but look at the pictures, but he was the NFL editor of Playboy magazine forever. And he wrote the big preview every year, which was must read for most of us. And of course, you were just looking at the pictures, but he did a great job, Anson Mount Sr. And now Juniors is a very, very good actor. By the way, last week when I was on with you and Zay, we had thunder and lightning knock me off a couple times. I want to let you know we've got more thunder and lightning.
Oh, you know what? We've got thunder and lightning here in Austin too. So hold on tight, folks. Hopefully we make it through the 4 o'clock hour for the handoff to the guys with Open Gym. John, you were in the movie Secretariat. What was the best on-set movie experience? You were in, were you in The Longest Yard?
The remake of The Longest Yard, not the
with
original.
Adam Sandler?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun because they had an $85 million budget. I was covering the NFL then, and I had covered Denver and Atlanta, and I came back to Houston, and I had a first class ticket to fly me to LA. And I went out there and I had a woman holding up a sign, Mr. McLean, and I got chauffeured to my hotel where I had a room. And those of us in the media scene, like Chris Berman, Adam Schefter, Jay Glazer, Peter King, Sam Farmer, LA Times, and there was some others, and we had a blast that day. And because they spent so much money, we were treated like royalty, and that was a lot of fun. But I had fun with some other movies I did, getting to hang out with Dwayne Johnson at Gillette Stadium for the movie he made. Now my mind's gone blank. I'll think of it, in which he was a Patriot player, and I've had some others. Secretariat was great because I got to hang out with Diane Lane, and every guy out there loves Diane Lane. And they took a picture with me. There was about 5 of us, including her, John Malkovich, and the director. And so I stood next to her, and then they gave us all copies, and I had to crop out everybody but she and I. And we put it on our website. John McClane stars with Diane Lane and Secretariat. And then I wrote about my experience with Diane Lane, and she didn't give me the time of day, other than the lines that I had were directed at her. And I screamed out at a news conference, "Well, what about it, Penny?" And John Malkovich scoops her up and they start to leave. And I screamed at her again, and those lines got cut. And I told the producers, if those lines hadn't gotten cut, this movie would have made $100 million.
Yeah, Diane Lane, had she made that movie Unfaithful yet at that point?
Yeah, after she met me, she asked if I could co-star in that movie with her, other than Olivier Martinez, but I was busy covering the NFL, so I had to turn it down. And Olivier Martinez got that role, and I don't know a guy that is not jealous of Olivier Martinez. No, I don't know what happened to him, but he had one of the
great opportunities in recent movie history there with Diane Lane. There's no doubt about that. Looks like we're in a little bit of a freeze with John's connection there, but yeah, John is, I mean, in the movie Spring Breakers,
yeah.
John's a judge. And what did you say? And it's, Selena Gomez and
Vanessa Hudgens and Ashley Benson, who was in a show at the time on ABC, Pretty Little Liars, and then the director, Harmony Korine's wife, Valerie. Those were the 4 women who I had to sentence back to jail. And we shot our scenes at a courtroom in Bradenton, Florida. And I had my own trailer, and they hooked it up and hauled it down to Bradenton, along with all the other stars' trucks. And I thought it was hilarious because my first scene, the director, nobody had any idea why I was there. The script called for, I think, an older, chubby judge with a Southern accent. And I apologized to him for not being just chubby. And so they had no idea I was a sports writer, any connections with the casting director, which is why I got in there. And when they yell action on the first one, I start my lines, and the director, Harmony Korine from Nashville, goes, "Cut." And he walks up in front of the bench, and he goes, "Judge, you can't sentence him if you don't look at him." And I covered the mic, and I said, "But I feel like such a dirty old man," because they're in their bikinis. And he said, "Well, you got to look at him." I said, "Okay." And it was not a problem looking at him from that point on. And we spent 8 hours in that courtroom. And I can honestly say my scene, I only had to start over 3 times, and that was one of them. And it was a great experience, because the reason it took so long, James Franco was the star. And that was the first appearance he made in that movie outside of the opening credits. And they had to shoot him from so many different angles with so many different kinds of lighting. it takes a lot of time for them to move everything around and have rehearsal, and then they do it for real, and then they shoot it a bunch more times. But it was an honor to get to watch James Franco work, because I thought he was tremendous in that movie, maybe the best part he's ever had, and I hated that he got killed at the end. Now they're talking about a remake. Well, they can't have him, and they can't have the judge. Could have the judge, but the judge is busy. They haven't called my people yet.
Who's the casting director?
The casting director was a woman named Lorraine Mayfield from Nashville, who has cast every one of David Fincher's movies and many more. And I met her at a charity event, and she told me, well, if I see a couple of parts, I'll let you know. That was one of them. I had a chance, another one, a remake of Footloose, in which I was going to be in a scene with Dennis Quaid, and the director was Craig Brewer. And she told me, I hate to tell you this, you're going to have to audition, and it's a judge. So I got a judge to give me a courtroom here in Houston. I got somebody to film it. I got people to be the defense attorney and the prosecutor and a few people in the audience. And I did my scenes, and I sent them to her. She sent them to the director, Craig Brewer. He said, this guy is ingenious, and he's good. I'm going to give him a bigger part. And I would have been a city councilman arguing with Dennis Quaid, and I already had the headline ready for the Chronicle. Houston's McClain and Quaid co-star in remake Footloose. And but I had the part, and they sent me the call sheet when I need to be on the set in Atlanta, and it was at 6 a.m. on a Monday morning after the Texans played a 4 o'clock game in Washington. And unless I'd wanted to charter a plane, and I couldn't do it, they couldn't do it, so I had to back out, and the movie was terrible. But I still would have liked to have been in that scene with Dennis Quaid, who I met originally when he was the star of The Rookie.
That's right. Now, were you in The Rookie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my first movie. I put together a press box scene. I had 2 lines. They cut them out because they took it from PG to G. And I had a hell and a damn in my lines. And but I didn't have a problem because I thought The Rookie was great. And I've seen that thing so many times because it's so uplifting. And that was the first of my 9 cameos.
How about that? So you've been in 9 movies.
I believe it's 9.
That's awesome.
I don't mess with that IMDb page. It's so funny on Cook County. Them told, and I looked at it on the IMDb page for Cook County. It says Uncle JD, Johnny McClain. And I'm thinking, okay, Johnny's all right. I haven't been called Johnny since my mother was chewing me out in junior high. But I look on there, and Johnny's black. But he's a good-looking guy, so I haven't had it changed. And he also, it must have been at a party, is with Layla Ali, Muhammad Ali's daughter. And she's beautiful. And so I'm guessing somebody saw the name John McClain and saw Johnny McClain and put 2 and 2 together and came up with 4. And so I'm going to tweet about this at some point in that experience, but I think it's hilarious.
Oh my gosh, that
Johnny McClain.
Johnny McClain. Oh my goodness. All right, so we're in that lull, heading into NFL training camp.
Excuse me, Chip. You only tell some good stories.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about what's going on in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
This is the one about the Beavos. I got 2 Bevo stories that played significant roles in my life, in my love of sports and where I am now. And I apologize if I've told you the stories before, but the first one is 61, when the Longhorns were a premier program starting to win national championships under Darrell Royal. And they played Ole Miss in the Cotton Bowl. And my grandparents lived in Biloxi, Mississippi, and we went over there one time. We drove a car back before there was an I-10, and took forever to get there. And my grandfather had become a big Ole Miss fan, loved Johnny Vaught. And I liked their colors, the red and blue. So that year they had a Cotton Bowl, black and white. My dad got 3 TVs he rented. We lived in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house in Waco. And he stacked them where the games overran each other back then. So the Longhorns and Ole Miss comes on, and they introduce them, and I started clapping, jumping up and down when Ole Miss ran onto the field. And my mother takes me into my dad's bedroom, sits me on the edge of the bed. I'd have been 9. And she explains to me that when the university is playing against teams from out of state, we don't cheer for the out of state teams. And I had a hard time understanding. I said, but we hate the Beavos. She said, we hate the Beavos when they're playing Baylor, but they're not playing Baylor. And if you can't keep quiet for Ole Miss and cheer for the Longhorns today, just don't come in. So I spent the rest of that game on the bed reading comic books because there was no way I was cheering against Ole Miss for the Beavos. And one of my buddies, and you know him, Longhorn Bob Moses.
Oh, yeah.
Longhorn Bob was MVP, I think, defense of that game. And I told him, I'm sorry I missed his performance. And the other one was 1973, Texas and OU. I just started my first year at Waco Tribune Herald, going into my junior year at Baylor, working for Dave Campbell. And Dave Campbell tells me, you want to go with me to Texas OU game? And I'm like, well, sure. Number one, I wanted to spend time with Dave Campbell riding up and back so I could pick his brain, because even though he was the sports editor and the boss, he was so busy with Texas football and his columns, we didn't get to talk to him very much, those peons of us on the sports staff. So I went up there and he told me, I don't have a pass for you in the press box. It's too crowded, but I got you a sideline pass. And I said, okay. So I go down the sideline at the Cotton Bowl, and it looks like Texas and Oklahoma have allowed everybody who went to school there sideline passes. I couldn't see squat. And they didn't have a replay. They didn't have video boards. And I was constantly on the move trying to peek to see this or see that. And I had to do a dressing room story on both teams. And that was Barry Switzer's first season with the Sooners. So after the game, I went to the Longhorns locker room. They'd lost, and they were good. Darrell Royal was real good. But I spent too much time in there because I've never been in a college or pro dressing room. I just covered high schools. So then I walk across where the Oklahoma locker room is, and every player's gone. And I'm like, holy bleep. So I start running around that locker room looking for anybody. And I just find equipment people picking up jocks and socks. And all of a sudden I go by a little dressing area outside the coach's shower, and Switzer's there combing his hair. And he goes, hey. And I stopped and I looked in. I said, yes, coach. He said, you look a little haggard. I said, I'm very haggard. I told him who I was and who I worked for, Dave Campbell. And I spent too much time in the Longhorns dressing room, and I screwed because I had to write about the Sooners. And Barry Switzer said, well, let me finish in here and I'll come out and give you all the time you want. So Barry Switzer came out, gave me so much time. They kept saying, Coach, we got to go. And he said, we're not leaving until I get on that bus. And he gave me plenty of time. I made him the lead of the story with his quotes. And then when he got to Dallas as a replacement for Jimmy Johnson, I wrote a column in the Chronicle about this and that experience. And about 2 weeks later, I get a copy of that column that had been cut out and made a copy of from Barry Switzer. And he put up there, John, we've both come a long way since that day in October of 1973. And I thought, I've been a Barry Switzer fan ever since.
I love Barry Switzer. I mean, I think he is
Who doesn't like Barry?
The best storyteller. You'll die laughing at his stories. I mean, he told me this story about Mac Brown when Mac was his assistant coach, 1984, and they're at Kansas, and Danny, the starting Bradley goes down, and they got to take the red shirt off Troy Aikman, and Mac apparently at halftime said, if we don't play better, we're going to lose this game. And then they went out and they lost. Aikman threw 3 interceptions. It was a nightmare. And Switzer said, I had to give Mac a little schooling after that. I told him, we don't ever talk about losing in my locker room, ever. And I was like, I love it. I mean,
Mac was listening because he won a national championship.
yeah. Well, and the other one was he was coaching the Cowboys when Tom Osborne retired. And so I went up to Barry's training camp and I said, Barry, I'm sure you've heard Tom Osborne is retired. He's like, oh yeah, Tom, what a great guy. He never could beat us, but what a great guy. Love him, but yeah, he never could beat us. And I mean, and then Todd Dodge tells the story how in '84 he gets hit out of bounds. It's pouring rain. He slides all the way under the OU bench. And kind of like Switzer saw you, he said, hey, TD, how you doing? And Dodge said, not very good, coach. And he said Switzer he was smoking a cigarette and was wearing a Beat Texas hat on during the game because it was raining. And I guess he just grabbed someone's hat. And I mean, the guy is he's one of a kind.
One of the all-time great characters. And you think of the teams that he recruited. When Texas and OU played, it was like watching Miami and Florida State play back in their heyday, where you just saw so many NFL players on both sides of the ball on both teams. And the thing I remembered when I was in that locker room in '73 is how hard Texas had hit a lot of the Oklahoma guys. And they were having to help them around, help them get to their locker, help them get in the shower. And I don't know if that happened Longhorns, and then I don't know if that's the way it was with Oklahoma because all the players were gone by the time I got in there.
That's amazing that you just bumped into Barry Switzer and he was willing to help you. You were how old at that time, John?
Well, I was going into my junior year at Baylor, so I would have been about probably 20.
Yeah. And he's like, hey, you look a little haggard.
Yep. That's what he said.
And the next thing you know, you're getting an exclusive. That's amazing.
I did. I don't think I ever told Dave Campbell what had happened because
right.
I wouldn't want him to know I spent too much time in the Longhorns locker room. Another Longhorn story, since I figure we can't go bad on the Longhorns here.
Right.
1974, Miracle on the Brazos. I spent a lot of time with Earl Campbell last week in Mobile, where we were over watching Dr. Doom, Robert Brazil, be honored in his hometown. And Earl, who was doing really well. And he was in a great mood, telling stories and stuff. And we had so much fun. And I remember in '74, Earl was a freshman. And it was before his senior year at John Tyler. And I had just started working at the Tribune Herald. And Dave Campbell comes up to me and he says, you want to write for the magazine? And I said, what magazine? He said, Texas Football. I said, I'm not good enough to write for Texas Football. Anybody who grew up in Texas knew they had the Blackie Sherers and Jack Gallagher's and Burl Pettit and Dan Cook. They had Sam Blair. They had all the best writers in the state at the major papers writing for him. And I'm just a little snot-nosed kid from Waco. And he said, I said, I'm not good enough to write for Texas Football. He said, if I think you are, you are. Now, do you want to? I said, yes, sir. He said, well, I got a story that I want to put in the magazine in June. And it's a player from John Tyler High School. And he said, I'm told by a lot of coaches, he's going to play running back exclusively and he has a chance to be great. Now, here's his head coach's number. And I looked at it, it said Corky Nelson. I read the number. He said, call him, get some quotes. I said, what's the player's name? He said, Campbell. I said, oh, a relative of yours, huh? He goes, not quite. So his name's Earl Campbell. So I called Corky. I can't remember. I don't think I talked to Earl. I was telling Earl and his friends this story last week. So I come back and I write the story and it makes the magazine. And when I read the magazine, that wasn't my story. Campbell, I knew why he wanted me to do it because I got the quotes. He rewrote it totally, but I didn't tell anybody that. And all my friends and my dad was so proud. I got to write for Texas Football Magazine. And we'll see if this story comes true about this Campbell kid. And when Dave Campbell, not his cousin Earl, when Dave had the 25-year anniversary of Texas football, he put that story in there. And I think it took me probably 10 years at the Chronicle before I had the confidence to tell this story or tell people. Campbell rewrote that so much, it should have said, by Dave Campbell, and at the bottom, contributing John McClain. And so 74, he's Earl's freshman. And it's a miracle on the Brazos, and I've been assigned to write the Longhorns dressing room. Lester Zed, good friend of mine from here in Waco, he had the Baylor dressing room, and Dave wrote the lead. And so, of course, it's 24-6 at halftime. And I'm walking the back of the press box at Baylor Stadium, and all these fans are leaving. And I went up to Dave Campbell, who's sitting there doing his notes and stuff, and Lester's on the other side of him. I said, Mr. Campbell, do you know the worst thing about being a sports writer? He said, what's that, young man? I said, when your team's beaten, you can't leave like all these fans are leaving. He said, you don't think Baylor can come back and win this game? I said, no, sir, no way. He said, stranger things have happened. And I looked over at Lester and did like the crazy sign around the ears. And then, of course, they came back and won the greatest victory in Baylor history. And I went in the locker room and to do the interview with the Longhorns, and they were pure class. And I watched Royal leave, and I followed him. And he went over to the Baylor dressing room. He asked security guard if he'd get Taft. Taft came out. And I'm standing there watching this, and he asked Taft, congratulated him. He said, do you have a problem if I talk to your players? Won't take long. And Grant said, no, come on in. So Royal goes in there. All the Baylor players been celebrating like crazy. And they're like, what the bleep is going on here? Darryl Royal get lost? And all of them gathered around him. And he gave them this passionate speech about you are one win away from winning your first Southwest Conference championship in 50 years. We'll take care of the Aggies if you take care of the Owls, and you'll be Southwest Conference champions. And by God, Texas took care of the Aggies. Baylor took care of the Owls. And first time they'd beaten Texas in like 18 years. And they won the Southwest Conference championship. And I went home and told my parents, I said, that Darryl Royal, he's kind of classy.
I mean, that's amazing. Were he and Grant Taft friends?
I guess they were. I mean, now it was so lopsided, maybe they weren't. Akers was the coach at the Worm game, right? Wasn't it Akers?
Yep.
I think it was Akers when Taft ate the worm. So I'm guessing that back then, when DeRoy was out after the 76 season.
Yes.
So Taft came in 72, some 3s and 4s, 5 years. And I'll bet you Taft had met Royal when he's coaching at smaller schools in Texas. But I thought that was just such a classy move. And when the Longhorns all praised Baylor, they didn't blame themselves. They didn't blame Earl had a block punt, roughing the punter that ignited the comeback. And I'd been conditioned my whole life to hate the Beavos. And it was such a classy thing. I couldn't hate the Beavos anymore.
So Earl was on the punt block unit?
As a freshman, and it was an amazing game because the Longhorns were loaded with talent. And I believe, I can't remember if it was that was the game at A&M or if it was another one that I went to. I don't know why I would have gone to see A&M in Texas, but on the first play of the first series, they threw a pass to Earl, which shocked everybody in the stadium. They all fell over and fainted. And Earl caught it, might have run for a touchdown or a long gain. Nobody expected Earl Campbell to catch a pass, especially down the field, because Earl was not exactly known for his hands. And but it was so exciting to watch the things the Longhorns did to help Baylor win that first championship. That's the game, Chip, afterward. They kept the scoreboard on all night at Baylor Stadium. And they went live on all the TV shows, cut out their primetime programming just to show the scoreboard and the crowd, talk about the game. And I got home and I was really tired. It was at night. It was cold. When I walked out of the locker rooms and walked back up to the press box to write, the scoreboard was shrouded in fog. It was drizzling. And I got up there. And then when I finally got home, my dad goes, "Do you think we could go back up there and go see the scoreboard?" And I'm like, "Sure." So I got in, my mom and my brother. My dad was in the front. We get out there. It took forever to get in. It's like a funeral procession. We got in it. You're moving 2 miles an hour. But my dad, who was a diehard Baylor fan, who had been in World War II and had helped me be the sports fanatic that I am, when we did it once, I'm ready to go home. He said, "Could we do it one more time?" I said, "Sure." So I drove around that damn stadium with everybody else in Waco till I heard my dad snoring. And then I went home. And but that was such a special time. And when we dedicated the Southwest Conference addition to the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, and they brought in a famous person from every school, and Darrell Royal was there. I talked to Darrell about the Miracle on the Brazos and what I just told you, and he was still classy to the end.
Yeah, yeah. So they scored 28 unanswered in the second half.
They'll never, well, let's see, was it 34-26? I should know that, yes.
34-24.
34-24. They were up 24-6 at half, I believe. And, but yeah, and I look back at those Baylor players. They did a special that's on Baylor's pay site about that because it was a 50-year anniversary. And Taft, I was so glad. Taft, who still talks great, he just has to have a wheelchair. And he was telling all these great stories. And I looked at that roster and I thought, how in the world did they beat the Longhorns, who had so many great players and Baylor didn't? But they did. And that's still the biggest victory in Baylor history.
That's the number one. That's it, number one. The Miracle on the Brazos.
Absolutely.
I'll never forget. One of the coldest games I ever covered was Texas Baylor in 2013.
Oh my God. I was there and I wore tennis shoes and white socks like an idiot. And after our tailgate, we went to our seats. That was the last game at Baylor Stadium. And my feet were frozen. And I told my wife, Carol, we're leaving at halftime, but I don't want any of my friends to know it. And so we kind of, we got to go to the bathroom. And we may watch from over there. We got in that car and I turned up that heater. I have never been colder anywhere. I was trying to put my feet on the back of the person in front of me because you put them on the ground, it was ice.
Yeah.
But you were in the press box.
Yes, I was. That was fortunate. That was a game where Mac denies this, but there was basically an agreement after Texas got off to a rough start that he had to win 10 games or at least a share of the conference title or go to a BCS bowl game to keep his job. And they got on a little bit of a heater, and so they're going into that Baylor game with a chance to share the conference title with Baylor. And it's 3-3 at halftime. And I'm like, is Mac going to pull this off? He had Case McCoy. And I remember he chose to go against the wind in the third quarter. And Baylor scored. I think they scored like 17 in that quarter. And so Texas ended up losing 30-13.
Sick 'em.
And I'll never forget the post game because Mac had that look. It was like he couldn't believe it. And
we couldn't believe it.
Yeah. And then Steve Patterson was supposed to fire him on the airplane trip to New York for the Football Foundation meetings that they always did up there, College Football Hall of Fame, all that stuff. And Mac, by the time they landed in New York, Mac had convinced Steve Patterson, if they hire Nick Saban, you're not going to be the athletic director. He is. And you and I, we can work together. We'll be good. And so Patterson came around to that idea when the only reason Steve Patterson was hired was to fire Mac Brown. Because in the interview, the committee was basically doing the work of the big money guys who were trying to interview Saban. And Steve Patterson said, when I was the president of the Portland Trail Blazers, I asked for 92 cuts and I got 88. And they hired him over Oliver Luck, who had said in his interview, if you're going to let go of Mac Brown, I'd prefer that happen before I take over the job.
Yep.
And they were like, so they went with the hatchet man, and the rest is history.
A bad part of UT history. I got one more story. We got time for this?
Oh, yeah.
The Worm game. What year was the Worm game? Singletary was there.
80.
81. Singletary was a rookie in 81, so it must have been 80. Somewhere in there. I had covered an Oilers game in the Astrodome, and I was at the Chronicle on Sunday night for some reason. Don't know why. But in his 4 cell phones, of course, and a friend of mine who was an attorney, and he always went to the games, and then they would go out to eat in Waco before he went back to Dallas. And he calls the Chronicle, and he said, I just heard a weird story from Mike Singletary. I said, what is it? He said, well, we're at dinner, and I go over to congratulate him, and I'm talking to him about the game, and he told us that Taft ate a worm to fire up the team. And I'm like, what? Said he ate a worm to fire up the team. I said, no way he ate a worm to fire up the team. He said, I'm just telling you what Singletary said, and the last person who would lie to anybody is Mike Singletary. So I'm sitting there in the Southwest Conference writer, Jerry Wizzig's listening, and the night sports editor, Fred Fowler, tells Wizzig, call Mike Singletary and get to the bottom of this. And Wizzig said, I'm not going to call him and ask him something stupid like that. There's no way that happened. So he told him, you do it or, you're fired. So I listened to Jerry. Back then, everybody had everybody's number. And he calls him. He goes, Mike, Jerry Wizzig at the Chronicle. How you doing, Hoss? Listen, congratulations on that win. This is Sunday. He said, let me ask you, I know this is kind of weird and off the wall, but did Taft did what? Hold on, Mike. He covers up the phone. He looks across the room at the night sports editor and all the other writers are around. He goes, Taft did eat a worm to fire up the team. So he interviews Mike. We write the story. And I can't remember if he called Grant. I'm guessing he did. And Grant told him. And so the Chronicle got this huge scoop. So 2 or 3 years later, I'm with Dave Campbell. And I can't remember where we were. There were other people, and I was telling this story. And he said, I had a column ready to go for Tuesday. I don't write for Monday. That's all pro football in the paper. And I had interviewed Grant. It was ready to go for Tuesday. And then I read that you guys at the Chronicle scooped me. And I said, Mr. Campbell, you always told us, write it or read it.
Yeah.
You should have written it.
Yeah. How about that? I had that. My boss said that to me too. Write it or read it. Okay. So the Worm game was the 16-0 win. That was 80.
80.
Yeah.
19. And Mike Singletary was a 2nd-round pick of the Bears, and I kept trying to tell the Oilers, draft him. The guy's great. Nah, he's too short. You can't have a middle linebacker who's 5'10". I said, I'm telling you, the guy's a tackle machine. And I was with Mike and his family at the old Shamrock Hilton Hotel where the Oilers let probably 500 people come in the ballroom and experience the draft. And I'm at their table, didn't go in the 1st round, goes in the 2nd round. They're just devastated. And I remember looking down at Mike and going, Mike, well, at least you'll still play for the Bears. And he didn't think that was very funny. And then, of course, it worked out great.
Yes, it did. He became a legend. He was already a legend at Baylor. Do you know about that recruitment, John? Was Singletary I'm not even sure where he's from. I mean, I could look it
He's
up.
from Houston. He's from Worthing High School here,
Okay.
Houston Independent School District. Used to pick up from construction sites barrels of cement and take them to his garage and lift them because they didn't have weights, and that's how he got strong. And he signed early with Baylor because Mike, religion is number one in his life and always has been. So it seemed to be a natural at Baylor, and he's the greatest defensive player in Baylor history. RG3 is the greatest offensive player. But I was talking to Mike recently about our documentary. I told him we're interviewing some guys who were great who were not in the Prairie View Interscholastic League, and they're telling us they wouldn't have achieved what they achieved if they had not stood on the shoulders of the Prairie View Interscholastic League players who played before integration. So we're going up to Dallas sometime next month and interview Singletary because Mike had his credibility factor in the NFL, and I know around Baylor, but is he has more credibility. If Mike says something, people take it as gospel. So I can't wait to get him in this documentary along with Warren Moon, Eric Dickerson, Andre Ware, and Jacob Green. Those guys all told us stories about how they wouldn't have achieved what they did if it wasn't for the PVIL being the trailblazers.
Wow. I can't wait to see this documentary.
It's going to be good, Chip. It's going to be really good. I don't envy the director, Mark Burns, and his editor, because we will have interviewed like 50 people, and some of them for as long as 2 hours, most like 30 minutes. And we could do a whole documentary on the 1960 Corpus Christi Miller team that was the first integrated state champion with Johnny Rowland as their star player, 97-year-old Pete Regas, 97 now, telling us so many good stories in Lubbock about that team and what they experienced in a 13-1 season in which they had 5 black players. No other team they played had a black player. So you can imagine what they went through as far as racism. And they beat Wichita Falls in the finals, but I told you, he said the best player they went against was in the semis when they went up against Port Arthur Jefferson and their little middle linebacker, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson.
That's why we went to Key Largo to interview Jimmy about that game and about those times, what it was like to have all black and then all white. And then when they did have integration, most didn't do it like Corpus Christi schools did. And so we could do one on that. We could do one on Eldridge Dickey, the greatest PVIL quarterback who died in 2000, way before his time. And the stories about him at Booker T. Washington here, at Tennessee State, where he threw the ball for Coach John Merritt. And then he was the first black quarterback drafted in the first round. As soon as he got to the Raiders, Al Davis moved him to receiver, killed his spirit, and he stayed banged around for 4 years and never got to throw a pass in the NFL. It just killed him. And we wondered why in the world would Al Davis draft this quarterback who could throw it 60 yards right or left-handed on like a clothesline. And Alphonse Dotson, Santana Dotson's dad, who played for the Raiders, they own a winery in Brady. And after the coaching school in San Antonio next month, we're going to Brady and interview Alphonse at his winery because he says Al Davis drafted Eldridge Dickey to keep him away from Hank Stram. Didn't need him because he already had Darryl LaMonica coming off an MVP season, George Blanda, and he drafted Kenny Stabler in the second round. That's 2 out of 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. But he didn't want Stram to get him because he heard Stram wanted him. Stram could have had him before the Raiders in the first round because nobody thought any team was going to take a black quarterback in the first round. It had never been done. So Stram thought he could get him in the second round. Davis crossed him up, and then Stram ended up drafting in the second round Mike Richardson from SMU to try to replace Lenny Dawson.
Wow. That's an unbelievable story.
We could have a whole. I wish what happens, some streaming service like Netflix or one of the others would let us do like a 5-part series.
Yeah.
Because we definitely got enough to do it. We've got politics. We've got, things that are crazy with LBJ involved. We're still hoping to come to Austin and maybe interview his daughter, Lucy Baines Johnson, about what her dad did signing into the Civil Rights Act in '64. And that finally got all the schools on board that they had to integrate if indeed there were black players in the white school districts. And so anyway, that's how many different things we could do. But can you imagine trying to edit all that down into, usually documentaries are an hour and a half. I think ours will be at least 2. And we're hoping to have everything ready to submit to South by Southwest Film Festival next year. And if we do, of course, we will invite you and Zay and hopefully others in the Austin media will come out and see it, because this is a Texas story.
Yeah.
Actually, it's an America story, but specifically it's Texas.
Well, sports is a unifier, I mean, the great story about Bear Bryant having USC come to Alabama, because USC had black players, Alabama didn't. And
Sam Bam Cunningham.
Yep, Sam Bam Cunningham.
I got to get me one of those.
Yeah. Well, so Jimmy Johnson was a linebacker in high school.
Two-way, like guard, middle linebacker. And then,
okay.
Jimmy's short, and that head coach, Pete Regas, said that kid was like a Wolverine. The ball snapped and he charges and he gobbles up everything in his path. He said, so we knew a game plan and we had to try to trap him. And as Jimmy pointed out, they trapped him, and Johnny Rowland ran a reverse and scored the game's only touchdown. And Miller beat Jefferson 6-0 in the semis. And they said that was their toughest game, tougher than the championship against Wichita Falls, which was, I think, 13-7. But he just raved about Jimmy. And when we called Jimmy, who's living a great life now, he's retired from Fox, doesn't have to make that cross-country trip every week in football season. And he looks great, turns 82 in September. And he's fired up about watching all the college games he wants, all the NFL games he wants. And at first he said, man, that's a long time ago. But then he started thinking about it. And then the memories just kept coming back. And he told stories. He said, back then, he said, my parents had a big yard and we'd play football, black players, white players, Hispanic players. And we'd play. Our parents told us it's time to come home and get dinner. And then we'd all go to our separate schools, but we didn't think anything about it. And what's strange about this, Chip, the only 3 PVIL members of the Pro Football Hall of Fame still alive are me, Joe Green, Kenny Houston, and Emmett Thomas. And we can't find anybody bitter about what they went through. And we're like, my God, how could you not be bitter, not getting to be in locker rooms, couldn't use the restrooms at gas stations on the way to road games? How can you not be bitter about Leon King and Abner Haynes from Dallas Roosevelt, first black players in the school in Texas, North Texas? And they wouldn't let them in the dorms and they wouldn't let them in the cafeterias, but they let them play. But they're not bitter.
Wow. Jimmy Johnson, it would seem then, was looking at his clone in Zach Thomas as a linebacker for the Miami Dolphins. If that's the way Jimmy played, because that's the way Zach Thomas played.
Yeah, and Zach in the Hall of Fame, of course. And Zach, when I look at Zach, Zach's about 240. Jimmy, I'm guessing Jimmy's 5'8", maybe with his shoes, he's 5'9". And back then he probably weighed like 175. But the same kind of player, same kind of mental approach, cerebral, vicious, ball snapped, going to hit anything that moves. And the rules were a whole lot different back then. And what a lot of players did to the Corpus Christi Miller players, because they were black, it was just unbelievable. Unbelievable. But they talk about it matter-of-factly. They said that's the way the game was back then.
Wow. Did Jimmy talk about Janis Joplin?
Yeah, he didn't have a relationship. I've heard stories that they dated or she was a cheerleader. And he said this before, he was an athlete. He was into sports. She was kind of a hippie back then. And I'm sure, they ran with totally different people, but it wasn't like they were friends or anything. I said, by any chance, was she a cheerleader at that semifinal game? Oh my God, no.
No.
But yes, he gets asked about her more than he gets asked about Jerry Jones and Troy Aikman.
Oh, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
We were
Yeah.
talking to Jimmy. I'm sorry, Chip.
No,
Herschel
go ahead.
Walker trade. He was talking about that. His whole goal when he took over the Cowboys was to be good by the third year, not win a Super Bowl, but to be good. He knew they were going to be terrible the first year. So they draft Troy. But he also got Steve Walsh, I think in the supplemental draft, and Walsh won their one game. Then he traded him to the Saints for first, second, third round picks. But if Herschel Walker trade hadn't been made, that trade with the Saints would have been like, wow. But because of the Walker trade, the worst in NFL history, because it helped them win multiple Super Bowls, people talking about Deshaun Watson could be no. If the Texans win, 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, then you can say that, but you can't now. And he talked about they couldn't admit immediately that every player he got rid of came in the trade, he got a high draft choice. And the idea all along was to trade those players to get those high draft choices. Then they won 7 games the second year, and then they won the Super Bowl. So they were even quicker than they hoped to be. But that was the plan. He laid it out, and boy, did it work to perfection.
Who's the best interview you've had among coaches and the best interview you've had among players?
You talk about on this documentary?
Or
you can't ask me in history.
I can't.
I'd have to think about that a lot. I'd tell you who was most disappointing, and I've already told you that before, Bobby Lane.
Yeah.
Bobby Lane lied to me like crazy. And I think 77 when I went to Lubbock to do a big feature on him, because I was doing big features for a special sports section we had at the Chronicle. And I did Bill Veeck and George Hallis and Bud Wilkinson. And Bobby Lane's secretary, yeah, come out, he'll talk to you. And I didn't talk to him right off the bat about his partying. You save that stuff for late. But when I got around to it, he denied everything. Wouldn't even admit he drank a beer. And you told the beer story.
Oh, yeah.
And I was so bummed because I knew he was lying. If he just said, those were a long time ago, I don't want to talk about it, I said, okay. But don't tell me it never happened, because everybody knew he was a big-time partier, beer drinker, legendary.
Yeah. Yeah. Rooster Andrews. Like, Rooster.
What was the story he told you about Lane and drinking?
About how he gotten in a car accident and right before he had to pitch against A&M for the Southwest Conference title in College Station, and he didn't want Bib Falk to know he was in the car accident, so he just said, put a cooler of beer down at the end of the bench where I sit, and I'm gonna nurse myself. And so he's drinking beer down there, he's pitching, they leave him alone down there, and he goes out and throws a no-hitter, and they win. And he apparently flipped double birds at the Aggies as he walked off the field. And I mean, legendary stuff.
I got another legendary story, and I think I've told you this, but I'm going to tell you again. Bill Bradley, Super Bill. I've got to know Bill real well through the Gridiron Legends of Texas. He and his wife live in New Braunfels. And he told me several years ago a story about, he was a quarterback of the Longhorns, and they were struggling. And Royal came to him. He was a captain going into his last year. And Royal told him he's going to move him to receiver because Emory had a new offense he wanted to install and thought James Street would be more suited for it. And so he moved him to wideout, and he was like 5th team. And he said, I knew he was testing me to see how I reacted. And so he did everything he could and kept his mouth shut, didn't have any antics. And then I can't remember if it was Mike Campbell or position coach one day looked up at Royal in his tower and said something like, "Hey, Daryl, you got any use for Bradley right now? We want to check him out on defense." And Royal go, "Oh, no, go ahead and take him." And the rest is history. Put him, when he came to the NFL, Bill and Everson Walls are still the only players in NFL history to lead the league in interceptions in back-to-back seasons. So he said his last year he was playing in secondary. And his last game the year before the Aggies, I think he said he threw 4 interceptions. And he was just terrible. So to kick off that, was a captain before that game against A&M, his last game. Ed Hargett was the Aggies quarterback. And then the Longhorns win the toss. Captain Bradley, you want to kick, receive? And he said, "We don't give a bleep." And the referee, I'm sorry, Captain Bradley, I told you we don't give a bleep. We're going to kick their bleeping asses no matter if we kick it, take it, or which end we defend. And then the ref runs over to Royal. And Bradley's kind of looking out of the corner of his eye, and he see Royal turning red, spit flying out and everything. So he comes back, tells them what they're going to do. And he said he threw 4 touchdowns, whatever the interceptions were, say 4. He picked off Hargett 4 times. And
Wow.
And they beat the Aggies. Now, I got to ask Ed Hargett that story sometime. And by the way, Bill is coming over on the 28th. We're going to interview him for the documentary because of his role with Jerry Levias at the Big 33 game when they were high school seniors at Palestine and Beaumont Hebert. And they went to Pennsylvania. Bobby Lane and Doak Walker were the coaches, and they beat them because Texas had black players for the first time, with Levias being the best. And Lane didn't want him throwing to Levias, but he did anyway. And Lane went ballistic, and they won the game. And Bill treated Jerry like great, roomed with him when others didn't want to. And so while we're interviewing Bill, we're letting Jerry come in a back door and creep up behind him and grab him and surprise him. Hope he doesn't give him a heart attack. Grabbing him, surprising him, and we'll keep the cameras rolling. And both of them will tell that story.
Wow. Yeah, that's good stuff. I mean, one of my favorite stories involving Barry Switzer, who, of course, let all the Texas fans know that, you know, we got better athletes. They were recruiting black players before Royal was. And Eric Dickerson tells a story about how, Switzer showed up in a mink coat to Dickerson's house to recruit him. And when he left, Dickerson's mom said, "There ain't no way in hell you playing football for that man." And Dickerson was like, "Damn it," because he really wanted to go to OU and play for Switzer. And so his mom's like, "You're going to Southern Methodist University." And that's where he went. But he said he wanted to go to OU and play for Switzer.
He already had that Trans Am from A&M. He'd been driving around Sealy. Don't tell him what Barry offered him.
That's one of the great recruiting stories. And that's what drives me crazy about Craig James, because Craig James was like, "Oh, we didn't know that was going on."
Yeah, right.
He's like, "There might have been $100 handshake." And I'm like, your agent, when you went into the NFL, was Sherwood Blunt, who was the mastermind behind the slush fund that was paying all the SMU players. So Craig James is worthless. And then his son, locks himself in that electrical closet, and it gets Mike Leach fired.
Yep. Terrible way for Leach to go out of Tech.
Terrible. And Leach didn't do anything except tell Adam James. They told one of the trainers, "Hey, take him into a dark room because he shouldn't be out in the light if he's got a concussion." Well, the room they put him in was where we used to do interviews. The road team would do interviews. It's a big room, 20 people fit in there.
They made it sound like it was a dungeon.
Right. He went into an electrical closet, closed the door, and then started filming himself saying, "I'm locked in here." And ESPN ran with it, and the rest is history. But I loved Leach. I mean, I loved Mike Leach. He was. We'd go to we go to media days, Big 12 media days, and you'd be talking to Leach about something, and he'd be like, "Did you ever see that TV show, Night Stockings?" And I'm like, "Yeah, with the blonde detective and the brunette detective." He's like, "Oh yeah." He's like, "That show, I love that show. There's so much going on with that show." And I'm sitting there going, "How did we get from, who's your starting receiver is going to be to silk stockings, silk stockings." He loved that show, Silk Stockings. And I mean, it was one for the ages. So I think I'd seen it like once, and that's all he needed. Then he started going into, the blonde is the like good versus evil. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so classic Leach. It's ridiculous. A lengthy conversation at football media days about silk stockings. But he was committed to that. He wanted to overcome sovereign immunity. He wanted that lawsuit to go to the U.S. Supreme Court. He was still funding it when he died. I mean, he was determined to get that, not just get the $800,000 that he was cheated out of by Tech, but to show that, not every public entity should have sovereign immunity in the state of Texas, because sometimes they do bad things. Now
he's going into the College Football Hall of Fame since they changed that rule.
Yeah.
The Mike Leach rule.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know if you were down there in the Keys. I don't know if you made it to Key West.
No, we didn't. Too much partying.
Yeah. Well, there's a place called Captain Jack's, and Leach would go in there all the time. And they have 3 bar stools that are hanging from the ceiling. It's Ernest Hemingway, John F. Kennedy, and Mike Leach.
That's great.
And
wow.
Of course, Ernest Hemingway lived there, and
that is great.
And yeah, it's he was a local legend there at Key West. And that's, how about that? He gets fired and he just decides, you know what? I've always wanted to live in Key West. That's where I'm going. He did a Sirius XM radio show from there. And then of course he got back in the game, but
had to scratch that itch again.
Yeah.
Twice.
But when he was at Mississippi State, there was a soul food restaurant that was struggling because of COVID. And Mike Leach wrote them a $300,000 check to keep them afloat.
Wow.
And Leach's wife didn't even know about it until the owner of the restaurant told her about it at his funeral.
She's like, "Oh, that's great."
She's like, "Oh my gosh, really?"
I didn't know that one.
He's a character, one of a kind. Well, John, cannot thank you enough. Always great to dip into the stories, and hope you have a great 4th of July weekend, and appreciate you.
Chip, thank you very much. Hope you have a great 4th, and I love telling stories, and I can't think of anybody to tell better stories with than you. I'm just sorry we didn't get around to the Lions. Maybe next time.
Hey, we talked a little Bobby Lane, so that suffices, I guess.
Close enough. All right, Chip, take care. Thank you.
All right. Thanks to John McClain. Let's bring in the open gym, Patrick and Matt. What's up, fellas?
Chip?
How we doing?
Doing good. Are you ready for your 4th of July weekend, Chip?
I'm ready. Got my red, white, and blue on. I'm all set. How y'all doing?
Good.
Oh, ready to go. Ready to go.
I think I'm going to go see that.
I'm going to the beach tomorrow, and I can't even stop. I'm freaking out about it. I've been to the beach in like 5 years.
Oh, it's nice.
You going to Port A or where are you going?
Just going down to Galveston. It's like 45 minutes away, so it'll be an easy trip.
Nice. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's not a bad little weekend at all. I'm looking. Yeah, it's going to be a good 4th of July. Going to be a good time.
Well, I hope you guys have a great 4th of July weekend. Zay will be back on Monday, as will I. So have a great show and a great weekend.
You too, Chuck.
Sounds good, brother. You have a good one. Let's roll into Open Gym here. I'm Patrick Davis alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Always great to have the great Chip Brown leading us in here. Matt, we're going to get into some football talk, maybe a little fantasy football. Maybe we'll get that in today. We'll get into a lot of stuff, as we roll into the off season. And it's one of the things I've started, maybe a little bit when there's not anything else going on, starting to look at some of this stuff. So I wanted to, maybe we'll get a little bit into that and start to get ready for some fantasy football and some college football and some pro football. NBA slowing back down again. Not as much news today. Only saw a couple things. So it's getting nice and easy. We'll get into summer league here next week, but getting ready for the 4th of July. So you're excited. You're going to get down, get to the beach this weekend. Have you had any of this rain that's been down here in Austin today? Did any of that hit Houston?
Dude, it has rained in Houston like every day the last 2 weeks. It's crazy.
Jeez.
It's like there might have been one day where it didn't rain in the last like 10 or 12 days. It's out of control. So yeah, like I finished up some stuff this morning, took my dog for a walk around 12:30-ish, and as I was walking into my apartment building, it just started coming down. And I was like, whew, good timing. Very good timing.
Well, I hope at Galveston you will not have that same problem. I did one time. I went to the beach with a buddy of mine, and we were like, all right, we'll just go. We got it. Where it was like I couldn't get out of town. He was working over the off season, doing different stuff, and so it was like Thanksgiving was when I was like that Thanksgiving weekend. It was like Thanksgiving, you do Thursday with the family, and then Friday I was out, and it was like, all right, I can be gone that weekend. So we did like 3 days. We left like I think even maybe Thanksgiving night. It went out there. And it poured the first night as we get out there that night, it's like beautiful. And we're like, dude, it's like 65, 70 degrees. It's nice. The water's warm. Everything will be perfect. And it opened up that night. And the next day it was 40 degrees outside. And the whole week we're like, come on, man. And I still had to go get in the water. I'm like, I'm getting in the ocean at some point. And we went in, and it was nice when you were in the water. When you got out, it was miserable. But it was a good time. So I hope it's going to be nice out there for you. You're a little bit earlier in the year than I was. So
yeah, I mean, at that point, Patrick, you kind of had to get into the water on principle. It's just you got to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, I'm excited. Originally, we were going to go up to the WinStar World Casino and see Cat Williams, but then I looked at the hotel and it was like $890 for one night.
Jeez.
I was like, you know what? We're going to do something else. So we're gonna go down to Galveston for the day, and yeah, it should be a good time, man. I've never been down there, so I don't know what to expect.
I mean, it's not it's the Gulf of Mexico. It is what it is. So it's not the nicest water, but I've been out in the Galveston way and some of the places around there before, and so it's a nice enough time if you enjoy and have a good time. Are you an ocean swimmer, or are you? I know that some people are like up to the ankles, some people are up to the knees. Some people are waist deep. Some people get in and swim out there. What is your level of comfort for the ocean?
I'm a waist high guy.
Waist high guy. Okay.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna reveal my fears to the Open Gym listeners here right now. I have my two biggest fears in life are one is heights. I'm terrified of heights. Like not from my 6th floor balcony, but like top of a building.
Yeah,
I'm scared of that.
So we got to get you out to Dakota. We got to get you out to Dakota and get you up on that where they have the glass walkway on the big whatever that's called, where you can go see around, and then there's like, do you walk on the glass?
Yeah,
you can see straight down. Oh, it's a little bit like
happening.
I'm a rational enough person that I could go do it and enjoy it, but it is if you look down, the knees get a little weak. The knee, you feel it a little bit in the legs when you look down.
Yeah, but my biggest fear all time is open water.
Okay.
I have a funny story about this. So First of all, just you don't know what's down there, right? You don't know what's
No.
in the ocean. It's basically another planet down there. That's one thing. If you get too deep out there, it's a whole nother deal. But
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I don't remember where we were, and I'd have to confirm the exact details with my brother and my dad because I was like a wee kid. We were in like Coronado or something, and we were like kind of sailing not too far out, and it felt at that age like it was super far out. But the way I remember it, and this is the origin of my fear, my dad fell off the boat, and my brother told me that he got taken by a giant squid. So that's where the origin of it was, and that now it's just gotten bigger and bigger as my life's gone on. I'm 38 years old, and I'm afraid of the open ocean. So here we are.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I'm not. I would be. Yeah. I'd be much more afraid of going on a boat, getting out into the ocean, and then jumping in, because there I feel like there's way more variables at play on that. Walking out into the ocean and going just deep enough that you're like, look, I'm floating a little bit, but if I feel a current, I can easily get back in. I'm not trying to go like one of my favorite things in life, and this maybe is weird, but it's like one of my favorite things I love doing at the beach is I love going far enough out that I can't hear anything anymore. Like where you can't hear the beach anymore. You don't hear the music or anything like that. And so you turn out, and if you turn one way, all you see is like the condos and hotels and all the people and everything else. And if you turn the other, it's nothing. And just kind of that little bit of like reality check of how great, how big the world is and how easy it is to slip away from it. Like I really just enjoy that parallel of being able to turn around and do that and not being able to hear that stuff. And then you go, 5 feet back in and you start to hear somebody playing something or, kids screaming or something like that. So but like I'll go that far out. I'll go out and swim a little bit in the water because it's usually not that bad. I'm much more terrified of jellyfish than anything else because I'm not too worried about sharks or anything being that close to the shore, being within, within 50 yards of the shore. I'm not really that terrified of it. But jellyfish, I know are out there. I'm like, I just don't want to have like the rest of my vacation just being like, jellyfish. So that's the one I really try and avoid, and knock on wood have done pretty well in my life avoiding. So, but yeah, no, all right. So waist deep, I can go with. I think I've known a number of people that are waist deep people. They're like, look, I'll get out there. I'm not swimming. I think Rob Avers used to put it that is their world and not mine. So I do not want to invade their world, which I get. I'm all with that. I go out there and play a little bit more in it. The problem is you do that and then you drink later and then you get the wave thing, where it's the phantom waves. I get that. So I've never quite figured out the medicine to take to not get that. Everybody's like, oh, you just take this pill and you'll be fine. I've never quite gotten it. I've always just had a miserable time being drunk at some point. Be like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, I like being on a boat. I'm fine being on a boat. Just don't push me off the boat or ask me to get out of the boat.
What about
like,
what about a
I'll
lake?
go deep sea fishing.
Are you okay in a lake out there off a boat?
Yeah, I'm fine in a lake. You still don't know it's down there, but odds are there's not going to be like an alligator or something like that. So
no.
Yeah,
Well, odds are there's not going to be an alligator in the ocean either. But
yeah. Well, okay. I'll get in a lake in Texas. I'll put it that way. I'm not getting in any water in any thing like in the in Florida or somewhere down
no,
there.
Yeah, you're not going to Louisiana and getting in the water. That feels a little bit.
No, like sketchier. I was in South Carolina for a buddy's wedding, and we played the Ocean Course at Key Island, which is one of the best courses in America. They play the U.S. Open there, and you walk the course the whole way. You have a caddy. It was super fancy, like way above my pay grade. Yeah. And they have alligators that are just like on the course all the time.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
And the caddies are just like, yeah, no, they're fine. They're not going to bother you. I'm like, are you serious? Like, I'm walking 100 yards in the other direction. I'm not getting near this thing. So, yeah, I mean.
By the way, the Rockies just made 2 outfield errors in a row. So the Astros just tied it back up. Watching that game. Like this, the Rockies are awful. Man, they're bad.
They seem like a really bad team.
They are, but that's okay because they're playing the Astros right now. And the Astros are tied with them somehow in the 7th inning. So we're going to go and hope that we get a win there. I also wanted to talk to people in the chat on the text line. The code of text line's open, 512-222-9328 is that text line number. Or if you want to jump in the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, or on YouTube. You can jump in the chat there. And I wanted to ask you guys, since the 4th of July is tomorrow, we will be off tomorrow celebrating the 4th of July and out around. I wanted to ask you guys, what are your go-to songs, your go-to foods, and your go-to traditions for the 4th of July? And I want to ask though, because those are the ones I always like I've got a playlist of some songs that I always normally have on, the easy ones, the USA songs, and those ones that you can rock with. I've got a list of those that I normally do, but I'm always looking to add into those. If you can throw me another one that works really well in there. And if you've got the food, is it just hot dogs? Do you go hot dogs and burgers? Are you a rib person on there? Or you do some barbecue? What are you going to in the food section? And then of course traditions, whatever you go out and do every 4th of July. If you got any of those, throw those in the chat, throw those in the text line if you're hanging out with us. We appreciate it. We know you're probably trying to itching to get out there if you have a 3-day weekend and get out and enjoy your 3-day weekend. Or if you're working tomorrow, then get that time and a half, hopefully, for working on a holiday. Hopefully you get that too. Matt, do you have any songs, foods, or traditions that are normal for you for a 4th of July?
I'm a big country guy, so any country song usually hits the spot for me. That Toby Keith, like Red, White, and Blue America song, which, I mean, he probably has a million of those, but the one I'm thinking was like, "You'll get a boot in your ass," like that song. That's a good 4th of July song. And I'm a big hot dog guy on 4th of July.
Okay.
Man. Like burgers are okay. I think ribs are a little bit too heavy if you're going to be drinking all day.
Yeah.
But so hot dogs are pretty good sweet spots. Sometimes I'll do a burger, but mostly hot dogs.
All right. I like that. Do you have a brand of hot dog do you go with? Are you brand specific on there, or do you just kind of change it up?
Whatever's on the grill, man, I'm good with.
Okay.
Hot dogs, nobody wants to know what's in a hot dog regardless.
No.
So
I do have.
I'm good with it.
I have friends that are allergic to some things. So you have to make sure you be like, oh, these are not beef, so this could have pork in it. So you got to watch out for that. You also have the people that, that are more hot dog connoisseurs. Really? Oh, is this a ballpark dog? I don't do the ballpark dogs. Even then, you have your friends that are basketball fans, and we all ate ballpark dogs growing up because Michael Jordan had ballpark dogs. So that was what we all ate. Like Michael Jordan, well, that's a hot dog. Clearly, Michael Jordan knows what hot dogs eat if you want to be a good basketball player. So
that's why I ate Wheaties growing up, man. I thought it was going to turn me into Michael Jordan. Wheaties and Gatorade.
Now I just go with the HEB ones. The HEB ones are usually pretty good. They have those their own heritage dogs, I think they're called. Those are the ones I normally go with now. But yeah, I
Hebrew National's really solid.
Yeah. Do you watch the Nathans ever? Do you watch the 4th of July?
No. That all I've watched it before. So I used to watch it occasionally when Kobayashi was the king.
Yeah.
And then I watched this documentary about Kobayashi where he would eat his training in the off season. He would eat like pounds and pounds and pounds of food. And he's just like this 110-pound guy, however much he weighed. And I got a little burnt out on it at points. And then for whatever reason, Joey Chestnut just annoys me. I don't know what it is. I can't watch him do it. I think he's just kind of a dork. So I can't handle it.
I like the other guys. They're not dorks. They're also just professional leaders. I do prefer
dorks.
Yeah, I do prefer a fatter professional eater. I don't like the skinny ones. They always that's really rubbing it in, where you're like, by the way, I can eat like a complete idiot and shove all this down. And if you diet for the next two months straight, you'll drop like 15 pounds, and I'll just shove all that. I'll just be skinny forever. I'll train to get fat and won't even get fat. So I prefer those. I know that it got hot at some point. I feel like in the early like when ESPN was starting to grow and cable was starting to grow, and so they just had more channels and time than what they had stuff to put on. And so you would get like competitive eating on there at one point, and it's so disgusting when they start to get to all, because like the hot dogs it's not appealing, but hot dogs inherently are kind of gross. So I feel like it kind of all works out. You're like, it's all stuff shoved into a casing anyway, and they're just shoving that into their mouth, so it's all right. But when they start doing like wings and then like fries and stuff like that. It gets grosser and grosser as they go down the list of stuff. They also the ones where they're like he can drink like 8 gallons of lemonade. That seems like it's a bad idea.
I'll say this: the thing about the hot dog eating that really grosses me out that I've never been able to get over is dipping the buns in the water.
Yes.
Like that makes my stomach turn, and I can't do it. No, that's a no from me, dog.
No. Jason says burgers and dogs. Burgers and dogs are pretty simple. I feel like I love Mexican food, so I make tacos a lot. I make fajitas a lot when I'm grilling out. And then 4th of July is always the one you're like, oh man, I could go. Nope, Patrick, don't overthink this. Burgers and dogs. Maybe throw some wings on it. Maybe a few wings. You want to make a few wings? That's also a good one. Throw some on there. Slow cook those. That'll be sometimes I'll make wings and we'll do like burgers and dogs at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I'll slow cook some wings. Get them real crispy on the grill, cook them off heat, but kind of cook them for a long time. Get those in there, and then put those with some different sauces and have those a little bit later, a little bit more sweet because you put the different sauces on them. Get a different level of flavor palette in for you. So sometimes I'll do that if we're going to be hanging out all day and you need that little extra bit, when you're drinking, and then you're like, you know what? Maybe I'm a little drunker than I want to be. Maybe put a little bit more food in there. Try and even out that equation. Drink a little glass of water in that. Trying to even it out.
I've gotten really into smash burgers over the last couple years. Those are really in right now. And man, if you do those right, there's not a better burger you can eat on the planet. I'm telling you. Yeah.
No, I still haven't. I still have not tried to make them. Normally, like the last couple times I've made burgers. Like the last time we did it was my birthday, and I was far too gone to care about doing that. I was well into, I just need to put some food in my stomach at this point. And we were well past it at that point.
Man, it's super simple. You get some ground chuck, you form it up into a ball. You put some like shaved onions on top. You get your skillet super hot. You can use a cast iron skillet, get it super hot. Sprinkle some onions on top, smash it down with some wax paper or parchment paper or whatever in between the smash and your burger.
Yeah.
And you let it cook and get kind of crispy on the outside. It takes like a minute or two, and then you flip it over and let that cook, throw some cheese on it, cover it up. You're good to go in like 4 minutes. And they're crispy, they're delicious, they're all the thing. I mean, don't get me started on smash burgers, man. I can talk about those for an hour.
I like it. And my man Chan says, dang, 50 yards from shore is dang far. I'm within 50 yards. I'm within 50. I'm not going full 50 out there. I'm probably around the 35-yard range, probably around there. Maybe a little bit further at points. Maybe I'll swim out a little bit further, just tempt fate a little bit, get that rush and then swim back. Try and swim up past the waves where it's not really, get a little calmer and then come back in. So sometimes I'll do that. But no, inside 50 for the most part. I don't think I ever go out past 50 yards. I don't think I ever get that bold. Also, I'm with people, and it feels weird. Feels like at a certain point, they're like, is Patrick trying to swim away? See? Does anybody talk to him today? Is he doing all right? So maybe I'll just come back a little bit.
Sometimes you just keep going, man. You don't realize it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're pretty aware in the ocean because the ocean will let you know when it starts pulling you around and everything. And I'm also very conscious because I don't like the super long walk back. So I'm pretty conscious of trying to stay around where the car is or where the tape, where your setup is. You don't want to go too far from that. So I've done that too many times in my life, kind of just hanging out, having a good old time. And then you have to do the walk. And there's 2 ways you can do the walk back to that area, which is you either have to walk through everybody or you have to walk through the water, which is just double the walking because now you're trudging through water. So it's just a pain and it's so much more tiring. Or you can go all the way back, but you don't have your shoes. So it gets too hot. I'm just like, no, I'm simple. I'm try and stay in the way. That's what I try and do. That's my tips out there in the beach. But I go further out. I enjoy it. I'm a fan of going all the way out there. This pitching for the Astros is just garbage. I don't know how they keep they're down again. This pitching is terrible.
The Rockies have like 11 wins or something.
I know they're awful. They're 19-67.
Man, that's like all-time bad.
It is really, really bad. They're just terrible. But it's this is another thing. 4th of July, watch some baseball too. Try and watch a little baseball around there. It's a the American pastime, which is not anymore. But I'll watch some baseball. Enjoy a lot of day games on today. I think the Rangers play at like 5:30, something like that. So turn that one on before after the show and enjoy that. Speaking of stuff that's going to be going on after the show and some stuff that went on before, Matt, get it into some recruiting. I'm not big in the recruiting, but I know it is a huge recruiting weekend and a lot of names for Texas coming out. And we got one today, right, Matt?
Yes, we did. Kosi Okpala, who we talked about a little bit yesterday. He's a 4-star edge rusher / outside linebacker out of Katy, Texas. And he was one that Texas really had their eyes on for a long time. They pushed. They really got ahead in their recruitment, and they were able to seal him today. He picked Texas over Baylor, Houston, North Carolina, and Penn State. And he, according to him, it was Johnny Nansen and the linebackers coach and Sark that really sealed the deal for him. He said, I like Coach Nansen. I like Coach Sark. It's a great place to go with academics and the football team. I feel like there's great players there. They're going to make everybody better. I'm going to come in there and compete and ultimately make myself better and make everybody else better too. He's one of those elite edge rushers that and really athletic guys that they've loved to add to this defense over the last couple of years. Not quite Anthony Hill. I don't think that there is an Anthony Hill or a Colin Simmons that you're going to find very often, but he could play either linebacker or on the edge. He's 6'2", 230 pounds. He's got a big frame, big wingspan. He's a great functional athlete. He's still kind of putting some things together, and he's a bit of a project, but he's got a really high upside. Power 4 starter, high. Really defensive. Elite defensive tools with him, and he has a chance to be an NFL draft pick one of these days. So he's going to be a real good one for the Longhorns. In 2024, he recorded 121 tackles, 7 sacks, and 17 tackles for loss. And the year before, as a sophomore, he had 66 tackles, 12 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks with 8 pressures. So they're really loading up on the defense, man. This is their 5th defensive commit in the last couple weeks. They got Dylan Berryman. They got the 5-star Richard Wesley on the edge. They got the defensive tackles Corey Wells and Vodney Cleveland. Now they had another guy who can fit in on that edge or play some linebacker. They're really honing in on that defense, and he's a good one.
Yeah, so I wanted to get into with you. We know that Texas has a decent roster, but it's college football, and you constantly have to be recycling it, and you constantly have to get new people involved. And it's clear they've had an emphasis on this of defense, a lot of defense so far in this, a lot on the defensive line. They really realized that they were coming up short and not having guys in the system. The defensive line, they're losing a decent amount of defensive line every year in the portal too, and not like a lot, but enough that you're like, well, if we have to think about defensive line that if we have 3 guys we're expecting to have their junior year, we may only have 1 of those. So we need to have more and more guys because we understand that guys are going to transfer out and that it is a high transfer position because people need them. And if someone didn't recruit them well enough, then all of a sudden, I know there's no tampering, but they're, somehow 2 of our guys are going to get really good offers to not be backups anymore and to get in. And because they've had a rotation that has consistently mainly had the seniors playing big minutes, that some of these guys just don't ever make it to being a junior or senior and seeing the field. So they're going really heavy emphasis on this defensive line, trying to get more edges. They finally got that edge room where they want it, but they don't want Colin Simmons to leave in 2 years and that edge room be back, into the situation it's in. We also don't know where the transfer portal is going to be in a couple years with the new allowed spending. I don't know how much that changes it, if it makes it a little bit easier to keep players. So maybe not as many people jump in the transfer portal because they feel a little bit safer staying where they're at, or if it picks up more. But I think Texas is kind of looking at all those things. If you were to look at what Texas has already pulled in on this portal, and what you think are their biggest needs still that they really need to try and go out and find. Where would you put their biggest need right now, Matt, to find somebody that, you know, this is a place where they gotta really try and get somebody or two people or three people?
In recruiting or in the portal?
Recruiting.
Recruiting, I mean, I think that you probably need to get one more edge rusher at least in this class. They'd probably like to add two. I think Jamarian Carlton is a guy that you need to keep your eye on there, who they really like. And I think he's committing here in the next week or so. I like Texas in that race. And look, I'm a proponent of as many defensive tackles as you can get them, because like you said, there's been a lot of turnover in that class over the last couple of years. You know, they just lost Sadiq. What's his name? The huge guy that transferred to LSU.
Yeah.
They lost him. They did bring in a couple guys last year. You know, Josiah Sharma and Myron Charles and Justice Terry, who are all expected to be very good players, but you need to keep bringing in names there. Really, the position that I have my eye on isn't even on the defensive side of the ball right now, because I think that they're doing enough there, at least so far, throughout this recruiting process. They still got their eyes on a couple more guys along the front, but running back is a position that I think they need to hit pretty soon here in recruiting, because, you know, they lost Xavier Crowell to Alabama. They lost the kid to Texas A&M a couple weeks ago. They really haven't gotten their guy yet. I don't know necessarily who's on their board now in terms of who that running back could be, but I think you need to keep adding running backs to this room, because, you know, before you know it, you're going to look up and C.J. Baxter is going to be gone probably to the NFL within the next year or two. You know, Quintravian Wisner is going to be another one of those guys. And they added a couple last year. They got Christian Clark, they got Jared Gibson, but you need to keep adding running backs, because what we really don't want either is Texas getting into that position they were in last year, where they lost C.J. Baxter and they lost Clark. And then, you know, you're kind of playing with a shorthand there at running back. So that's a position that I really hope they hit heavily. And also wide receiver. You know, they've got Chris Stewart committed right now. They got Cohen Brown committed right now. I'd like to see them add one more name there if they can, and just keep pumping in these receivers, because, yeah, there's a lot of turnover at that position as well. But it's such a young group right now that, you know, you need to add as much talent to it as you possibly can going forward. Not necessarily for Arch Manning, but for Diabell and for whoever comes after Diabell. You need to keep adding to that room. So those are a couple pieces there. I also along the offensive line, you can never have enough big bodies along the offensive line. So, and they're about to get a couple there, I believe.
And that's the thing, is in the next few days, I think that could change. The offensive line could change a lot. And depending on how those go, I know people are pretty optimistic, but anything can happen. And if those go the way that we want them to go, then I think the offensive line is a little bit more secure. But those will be in the next, you know, one's tomorrow. One's a really big one is tomorrow.
Two really big ones tomorrow.
Yeah, but Felix Ojo is definitely, you know, that's really a guy you look at. I think that is a really big piece on that offensive line. One of the top, you know, maybe the best tackle in this year's class. So that's one that you really look at and say, okay, this could be your next left tackle after Gooseby. This could be the next guy that steps in and gives you a few good years at that position. But you definitely want to fill out the rest of that line as well. So I think there are several guys that offensive line that, you know, it's funny. We put together that list of the top 25, the best players the last 25 years. And you saw it was like early in Mac Brown's tenure, that offensive line was really, really good. And now in the Sark era, that offensive line is starting to get back to getting some of those guys. And it's still not even back to what it was in that era, where it was all Americans all across the line and just great players in that, you know, era. And it kind of just dwindled out at a certain point. And we know that the Pancake Factory and everything else, they've gotten much, much better on the offensive line. But it feels like if they could take that next step and really start getting across the board blue chip guys on the offensive line and get those guys to play at the level of accelerating the running game as well and get a little bit nastier, then that's how you take your team to the next level of imposing your will upon teams. I think they did well. They did extremely well last year. It's a new line, so we'll have to see what they do. But, you can always improve on everything, and that's this next step is improving on that offensive line, and that's just continuing to recruit it heavily.
Yeah, and I believe that Felix Ojo and John Turntine will both end up in Austin. That's just my prediction. I'm not, it's anything can happen over the next 24 hours, but
Yes.
that seems to be the way that it's trending. And if they do end up landing both of those guys, they'll have 3 offensive tackles committed, which is kind of where you want to be if you're the Longhorns.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them add another piece probably on the interior because they only have 1 interior offensive lineman committed as of right now, and Nicholas Robertson, who's a 4-star, 6'3" and a half, 300-pound guy out of Klein in Spring, Texas. So I'd like to see them add another interior guy. Also at corner, and here's the thing with wide receiver and corner positions. You have, like I said, Chris Stewart and Cohen Brown committed, but you also have Jermaine Bishop. He's the two-way guy. A lot of people believe that he's going to start his career on the offensive side of the ball. So if that's the case, then you got 3 wide receivers in this class. That's probably good. He could play both sides of the ball. I mean, people have compared him to Travis Hunter, which I think is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever going to be another Travis Hunter. He could play some on both sides of the ball, but
Yeah.
I don't necessarily anticipate that. If he ends up playing corner, which is a possibility, then, that would be a good one for them. I think they've got Samari Matthews committing next weekend. I think they feel pretty good about that one. So we'll see if he ends up sticking with the Longhorns. They also have Hayward Howard out of Edna Carr committed at corner. So, depending on how they feel and where they want to put Jermaine Bishop, I think you could see them add maybe 1 to 2 more defensive backs. I know they'd like to add a safety as well because they lost Chase Calicut to Georgia, and they're going to probably like to add another position there. So secondary, wide receivers, running backs, offensive line. You could add anything at this point. They've got a lot still cooking.
Yeah, I want to go back to running backs as well. You talked about that, and we've seen, having the kind of gluttonous ability to have Tashard Choice for the last several years, that he was just such a good recruiter and bringing these guys in and coaching them up. And then it felt like last year maybe you had a hiccup a little bit because of the injury problems, that your running back core was still not bad. You still had a running back drafted to the NFL. You still had some good things in that running back core, but it wasn't necessarily the best sales pitch. And then you change your running back coach. Tashard Choice takes another job, and Chad Scott comes in, and they haven't been able to close up guys like that. How much do you put on that of maybe running backs understanding that there is a little bit of a line right now, that there is a lot of guys there and a lot of competition at the running back? And how much of that is, I don't know if there is the coach that's going to get me there right now, because I'm not sold on Chad Scott. And this next season is really big for Longhorns and Chad Scott, because if, CJ Baxter goes off and is one of the top running backs taken, and all that narrative kind of changes, right, a little bit, if he's able to get a guy to that next level.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it's going to hinge on what they do this year during the season.
Yeah.
Anytime you lose a guy like Tashard Choice, it's going to have a negative effect. That's not a shot at Chad Scott in any way, shape, or form. It's just Tashard Choice was arguably the best running back recruiter in the country when he was in Austin. He recruited other positions as well, at a high level. I think recruits, I haven't heard them say any bad things about Chad Scott. I think they all like Chad Scott.
Yeah.
It just they haven't really gotten their guy yet so far. I mean, Derek Cooper's a guy that I think that they could look at, but losing Xavier Crowell was kind of a big blow for them. I think that they pushed really hard in that recruitment. They were kind of up against it with him because he's from Alabama. He's a lifelong Alabama fan, and it was always a dream of his to play at Alabama. So
yeah,
it's if they want you in and that's your dream, that's where you're going to go. So that was kind of an unfortunate situation for them, but I think you're right. I think it's going to hinge a lot on what they do in the running back room this year, how effective they are on the ground, how that competition looks, and they do have so many bodies in there right now that it's. I don't want to call it an embarrassment of riches because, you've got CJ Baxter coming back, who's coming off of an injury. You know what you have in Trey Wisner. Jarrett Gibson's an excellent prospect. Christian Clark hasn't played yet, but they're very high on him, and they've got 2 other freshmen in there.
He had the injury last year.
Yeah, that haven't played yet. So we're going to see how it all plays out going forward. I think you always need to get a running back in your class. And Chad Scott would love to get his guy in this class. It's kind of a crapshoot on who that's actually going to end up being. We'll see how it goes. I think Chad Scott will get this thing figured out before too long. I wouldn't panic on it, just like I wouldn't panic on any Texas recruiting right now. I think it's a process, and just because Xavier Crowell and a couple of these other guys have committed elsewhere, that doesn't mean that that's where they're going to end up. People flip all the time. Texas got a couple flips real close to the early signing day last year. You could go all the way back to Kelvin Banks. He was an Oregon guy through and through, all the way up until close to signing day, and then he flips. So that kind of Justice Terry just last year is another one too. So that stuff's going to work itself out. I think that they'll eventually find their guy. I wouldn't be too worried about it.
No, and that's the thing, is that I'm not overly worried. It is one of those pieces that you say, I think everything in recruiting is, it's not necessarily a real huge worry until it becomes a trend, until it's 2 years in a row. And then the third year is, oh man, now we're just hitting the transfer portal for this. Like, now the player development doesn't really get to be a part of it anymore. Now there starts to be a lot of questions. So, we're talking about really good recruiting and running backs for the last, 6-7 years. And then you come up on it and you say, all right, this one's going to be a down year. Can they have a good enough season at the running back position, have a good enough season overall, that all turns around? Everybody goes, oh no, Chad Scott's doing it. The machine still works. The Sark offense still puts, running backs in the NFL at a high level. You put CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner both in the NFL next year. That changes a lot of narratives, because now you got 2 more guys in the NFL. And okay, well, there's still a machine putting guys in there. And also that clears up a lot more room for the next guy to come in and get some playing time, because we saw CJ Baxter come in and play as a true freshman. And so I think they're maybe waiting for that window when the guys come in. I think Crowell could have been a guy who played as a true freshman as well next season. So it is interesting. I just think a lot of it hinges on this season for Chad Scott to show what he can do. I mean, I think as Texas fans were like, man, if we can get the fumbles under control, we'll be pretty happy.
Yeah.
That'll be one that we're going to be pretty happy about. So it is but yeah, I mean, overall, it feels like Texas is still in a pretty good place. I know they're not where they at that, we talk about this all the time. You don't get worried about Sark recruiting until you get later in the season. And then, okay, we're getting close to signing day. Are we still not in the top 10, in the top 5? Are we not in those places? I don't think that'll be a problem. I think they'll still be just fine. You'll watch them climb up. We just saw Alabama jump up in the last, week and a half, 2 weeks. And, they just did their vault where they just got a bunch of guys in a row. So it's, it happens.
A&M too. They've got like 8 guys over the last month. So it's once you hit your run, and I think Texas July is going to be that kind of month for Texas. I think I said this yesterday, but I'll say it again. I think that by the end of July and early August, you look up at the recruiting rankings, I think Texas is sitting pretty solid in that top 10 with room to go up. So I think they're going to be fine there.
No, and I mean, even dumb things, I wouldn't say dumb, but even things like Diabell getting a win at the Elite 11 is a piece that, it helps him recruit, because a lot of what recruiting goes into now, we saw Quinn Ewers did it and Arch Manning did it. Both those guys are very responsible for a lot of recruits coming in, because they were the ones calling them and saying, I want you to be a part of this with me. Let's go do this. And so Diabell is the next guy who's really on that trajectory of winning the Elite 11, having, people really think high things of him and that he could be the next great Texas quarterback. And maybe it's KJ Lacey, maybe it's Trey Owens, but Diabell is the guy that I think has more recruiting power possibly than those other two. And so he now falls into the space of being able to go in. Plus, he is another one with a famous father, played in the NBA. So, you have a little bit more clout sometimes calling up and be like, oh, I know what it takes to make to the next level. I was raised by someone who instilled in me very much what it takes to get to that next level. So I think that's we see that's a good spot for the Longhorns. They're not in a bad spot. It's not. I think it'd be great if Sark was the type of recruiter that we had the number 1 class from day one and then we kept it all the time. But that's That's also maybe not always what happens the most. I was looking through some of the rankings of like, I was trying to see which players were the highest ranked players that didn't make our all quarter century team. And it was like the first 5 were like, oh yeah, all these are all, first stringers. They're all starters on our team. And then you get into some guys, you're like, okay, like BJ Johnson was the first one. You're like, he's almost there. And then it was like Jonathan Gray. And you went, Jonathan Gray was a good running back, but he just never quite hit it, right? He was never quite had that period. And maybe that was more the teams he was on.
I think that was the teams he was on.
But you just say, he wasn't quite that guy. Where Bijan Robinson was on some bad teams and he was still Bijan Robinson. No,
Yeah.
that's a hard comparison because Bijan's Bijan, and that's a different level of thing. But I just thought it was thought we'd talk a little conversation about that as we roll on here on a Thursday edition, a end of the week edition here of Open Gym. Were you about to say something, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about those guys, and the one that always pops up in my head is like the elite recruit that lived up to the billing or didn't live up to whatever you want to say. Cedric Benson had, I mean, he's a Doak Walker winner. He absolutely lived up to the hype.
Yes.
He was an incredible running back. The things like the urban legends about Cedric Benson that were coming out before he came to Texas, because that was really before the social media age where you could get clips of guys and you could do all this stuff. I remember when I was in high school and I started hearing about Cedric Benson, like there were stories or I guess I was in middle school maybe. I guess I was in middle school. There was stories going around that like he played against a team and didn't get tackled a single time and ran for like 450 yards and like 8 touchdowns or something on 8, like crazy stuff like that. And then I got to go watch him in the playoffs at Texas Stadium, and he was incredible. And then he gets to Austin. He's day one, pretty much, a huge part of the offense, lives up to the high. I mean, that he's one of those recruits that like you really heard everything about. Sergio Kendall was another one who like everybody's like, Sergio Kendall's just the biggest beast in the history of Texas football. And then he gets to Austin. He lives up to the hype. So you just love seeing that kind of stuff.
Was that the first player you saw in high school that you were like, oh, that's a whole different level of player? Was there another guy that you saw who was like, that guy is different? It's not even close.
The first player that I ever saw that I was like that with was Anthony Schlegel. He was a linebacker that played at Highland Park, that transferred in for his senior year at Highland Park, and he was this big national recruit, absolute beast of a human being. And like Highland Park, they put out good players from time to time, like Matthew Stafford, #1 overall draft pick, Clayton Kershaw. There's Scotty Scheffler on the golf course. Like there's a lot of guys that they put out and they put into Division I and all those kinds of things. But the 95% of that team is just, your average white guy who's really fundamentally good. And there's some good athletes, but they're really smart players and they play really well together. Anthony Schlegel was the first guy that I saw up close that I was like, dude, this guy is different. And then he ends up going to Air Force and like setting records at Air Force for tackles in a game. Eventually ends up at Ohio State. But that was the first guy. And then Cedric Benson was another one too. And then the one that really hit the nail on the head for me was Stafford. He was a year behind me in Highland Park, and I was a part of the football program, so I saw him every single day. But I remember the first time that I saw him was in 7th grade. He was playing a middle school game and just launching the ball like 80 yards down the field, and everybody on the opposing sideline was like, "Oh no, like we have no shot."
Yes.
So that was I thought that was really cool. But yeah, I mean there's guys like that you just see from time to time that are just different.
Yeah, it's always thrown me off because the guy I remember that was first one I saw like that was my brother was in band, my older brother was in band his freshman year, and so we went to a game and we were playing Westlake, and I saw Drew Brees, And that was one where you were like, oh yeah, he's just better. Like he's so much better than our guy.
Yeah.
He's a really good quarterback. And that he just never got recruited. I know he was shorter, and that's one of the big reasons, but yeah, he was not heavily recruited. And you're like, good Lord. And in today's game, like, yeah, 20 years later, you speed that up 20 years, he would have been, yeah, everyone would have won it. And they go, yeah, who cares? You're a little bit shorter. We can make that work. Like that's kind of gone a little bit more by the wayside, and people have figured out that is not the number one metric you need to look at. That a guy, if he's under 6'3", he can still be a successful quarterback. He may not be the greatest of all time, but he can still be a lot better than a 6'3" guy who doesn't know how to throw a football. Maybe that 5'11" dude who can chunk it, 70 yards and do all these things. Maybe he's worth a look over the 6'4" guy. You're like, oh, we could train him. Like, no, you can't. There's a reason he's not good now. He's not going to be good later either.
There was one more too for me, except it was in basketball. So again, at Highland Park, like it's a bunch of white guys on the floor. The tallest guy on the team, I think, was like 6'5". Nobody's super athletic. Like the best player on the team was like this 6-foot guy who played power forward. Like that's the kind of players that Highland Park puts out in basketball, right? So we go to play a tournament, and I was part of the basketball program as well. We went to go play a tournament in I think it was in Oklahoma maybe. And typically the teams that Highland Park plays against are like, district teams like J.J. Pierce, who's in Richardson, and like there's a couple like Mesquite schools and stuff like that. They played Dallas Skyline we played Dallas Skyline, I think it was like 2004 or something like that. And CJ Miles was on that team. And he was unbelievable. I think he scored like 45 points in that game. He did most of it in like the first 2 quarters, and everybody was just like, we got nothing. We can't stop this guy. No. He's just different. Like, and that was really cool. Like he was dunking on everybody and nailing threes, and like that was the first basketball one I saw. That guy was crazy.
Yeah, no, those are ridiculous. When you see somebody that's just like, oh man, you're head and shoulders better than everybody else here out here on the court. It's always an interesting one. Yeah, that was the only one I remember was we had OJ McClintock was our quarterback. Went on to play for Texas. And he had the play where he broke free and a guy grabbed his jock strap. But it broke and then he pulls a string basically. He's like holding onto a string as OJ is just running away from everybody else. But you can just see him like 30 yards downfield away from everybody else start to slow down. You're like, what is going on? And then you see the snap out of the guy's hand and a 30 yard long trail of his jockstrap waving behind him as he runs in for a touchdown. And it made Sports Center. It was a big deal that he did that. We're all like, yeah, he's just kind of better than everybody else on the field right now. He's just more athletic, stronger than everybody else out there. He could just do those types of things. It's those fun parts of it and that's what they're trying to do on recruiting. It's like, is that guy for real? Or is that and we're taking that guy and he's just an athlete because he's not really the guy, and we'll figure out where we put him. Roshan Johnson, kind of that guy who's like, well, he's a star quarterback and he's the best quarterback and everything else. And then everyone I heard that saw him when he was playing trying to play quarterback in Texas was like, he's not a quarterback. Like, I don't know how they think this guy's going to play quarterback, but he's not a quarterback. And then of course he's in the NFL right now and doing really good things. So you can still find your spot. Matt, why don't we take our first break and we'll come back. We'll get into Matt's bourbon banter where he will show us a bourbon that we can enjoy the 4th of July holiday weekend with. Maybe he'll have some of it while he's waist deep in the ocean. Just take a full snifter out there and enjoy some out there. As we continue on, we'll talk some NFL football as well. We come back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your batitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we roll along here on a Thursday holiday edition of Open Gym, ready to rock and roll as we get into the 4th of July holiday. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI, and of course, all of you that are choosing to join us on this holiday edition. Getting close to a 3-day weekend, hopefully for most of you, and if you got to work, I hope you're getting time and a half. I hope you can enjoy the weekend, either making some money or enjoying yourself and having a good old time, relaxing for the next 3 days. If we guys do have, we asked you at the beginning of the show, we'll ask you again, if you got any 4th of July songs, foods, or traditions that you like to do every 4th of July, throw those in the chats, throw those in the text line. Always love to hear those as we get going and try and add to my repertoire of things that I can have for a 4th of July party. I don't know if we'll have one this year, but always like to have them, put some arrows in the whatever it's called that the guy puts on his back, whatever that's called. The quiver. That's the word I was looking for. Quiver. We get to that. Before we continue on with some more great sports talk, I wanted to get to Matt's Bourbon Banter, where every week our man Matt gives us a selection from his bourbon collection that he believes you should know about, tries to class up the joint a little bit, and give you a little bit of an inside peek to what you could be enjoying if you are a bourbon connoisseur like him. Matt, what do you got for us this week?
This week I went with my personal favorite bourbon on the planet because it's July 4th. Want to bring out the big guns. This is Woodford Reserve's Masters Collection, 121.2 proof, out of the Woodford Reserve Distillery there in Louisville, Kentucky. This thing is unbelievable, Patrick. It's got a nice amber color to it. And typically when you, and I'll get into a little bit more of the taste here in a second, but typically when you find a whiskey that's high proof like this, and a bourbon that's really high proof like this, you expect it to be real spicy and kind of hard to get down. This particular vintage right here is every bit as smooth as Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, which is my favorite, like, everyday bourbon. that you can get for like $50. This tastes every bit as good as that, and it's 30 more proof, I believe, than Double Oak. So it's a really impressive, really smooth bourbon. Uh, the Masters Collection Batch Proof series, the barrels are drawn from the upper floors of the Woodford Reserve warehouses, and they which tend to produce the higher proof bourbons. It's a limited edition batch. They only do it once a year. They kind of change it up every now and again, but the batch proof allows consumers to taste Woodford Reserve exactly as it comes out of the barrels. It's a like I said, it's a limited edition bourbon, so it's not very easy to find. The typical retail price though is around $150, which for a real high class bourbon is not bad at all. I was driving around in Houston the other day trying to find a gift for my buddy's my buddy's 2-year-old who's having his birthday the other week, and I saw a bottle of this at a liquor store down the street for $300, which I laughed my way out of the store. Like, I'm not paying $300 for any bottle of bourbon. That's crazy. But typically you'll find it for around $150, $175, which isn't too bad for what you're getting here. The nose of it, you get some vanilla bean in there, some brown sugar pecan, a little bit of tropical citrus fruit in there, maybe a little cinnamon. The taste has that kind of sweet toasted oak that I really, really love. It's got some fruity flavors in there like pineapple or strawberry, and a little bit of cocoa in there as well. And the finish is also kind of the strawberry, toasted oak, raw honey flavor, that kind of thing that I really, really enjoy. It's a super smooth, really, really delicious, sweet bourbon that is, look, I've had this bottle for probably, I don't know, almost a year, and I've only gotten this far through it because I've only seen it one other time in a store, and it's been for $300. And every time I go to get a drink of bourbon, I always want to get this one, but I very rarely ever do it because I'm not sure if I'm ever going to find it again. But 60.6% alcohol by volume there for the 121 proof. This is going to get the highest rating out of all of my bourbons that I've had so far because it is my favorite of all time. I'm giving it a 9.5 out of 10.
All right. So leave a little bit of room. So if you find it better, you have a little bit of room.
A little bit of room, but it's going to be real hard to beat this one. So yeah, go get yourself a bottle of Woodford Reserve if you can find it. The 121 Masters Collection Batch Proof Series, absolutely elite and something that you will treasure on your bar if you can find it.
Love it. Love it. Very good. There's Matt's Bourbon Banter giving you some bourbon to keep an eye out for. How about that? You can keep an eye out for it. If you find it, then you have it, and you could seem like the most cultured person at your party when you go, well, would you like to try this? Oh, I just found it. Someone I heard about, and just pour out that sweet, sweet bourbon, and everyone around you will think you are the most cultured man in the room. It's a way to do it. They'll say, what a smart guy this guy is. Thank you for that, Matt. As we continue on to hour 2 here of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got an hour left till Matt immediately hops in his car and drives out to the beach. Just get out there right around sunset, it'll be perfect.
Yeah.
We get a little bit closer to it. I wanted to get into this article I saw today, and I wanted to, because I saw some of the names on it, and I really want to see if you agreed with this list or not, Matt, because I saw a list of the most overpaid player at every position in the NFL. It's the 4th of July. Let's celebrate some capitalism with the most overpaid players. It is a free market. You got to go out and get them. So I wanted to see if you agreed with these, and we'll go through. And if you do agree with it, we'll go with that. If you don't agree with it, we will go with the person that you think is more overpaid. We'll see if you agree. If you think maybe there's others. I also have another list of the highest paid at each position. So if you say that guy, I don't think it is, I can tell you the other people paid at that position that are the highest paid. All right. Let's start off with our quarterback position on this list. It is Trevor Lawrence. He makes $55 million a year as a quarterback. He was one of those guys who got a big contract, but maybe some people believe it maybe is a bit under-deserved and underpaid. His numbers have not been great. He is the 4th highest paid quarterback right now in the NFL, and we're not quite sure if he's going to be a starter in a year. So some people believe that he is not there. Do you believe Trevor Lawrence is the most overpaid quarterback Mets?
No, I don't. I do think he is extremely overpaid, and he's probably second on my list. But I don't think he's the most overpaid quarterback in the NFL. I think the most overpaid quarterback in the NFL is Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback as well. He makes $61.6 million a year right now, highest paid.
And I think he's going to get $70 million next year. So, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
look,
this is the average per year over the contract. So it was less and it'll go up, but 61.6 is the average.
Yeah. So I understand, like, this is kind of how the quarterback market works. You know, you're an elite guy, you have an MVP level season. Maybe you don't win it, but you have an MVP level season. Like, I think he came in second a couple years ago or whatever the case may be. And I get it. Like, you pay that guy, and he is the next guy that gets the big contract, and then you expect that the guy after that to get a bigger contract, and it continues to work that way. That hasn't happened yet. And I don't know who it's going to end up being. It's probably going to be Jaden Daniels whenever he comes through, or I don't know who's next in line to be the next highest paid quarterback. But to give Dak Prescott that kind of money when you can't get out of the first round or the divisional round and get to an NFC championship is just absolutely crazy to me, especially considering that he can't stay on the field anymore, because every other year he's getting an injury that keeps him out for 5, 6, 7, 8 games, which was the case last year. And now, like, the Cowboys don't even know if he's their future at the position past the end of this contract. So you're paying a guy that much money that it seems like you're not even that sure about right now.
Yeah.
And to me, that's just like, I would have been totally fine with him making Trevor Lawrence money or Jordan Love money, or, you know, name another guy in that area. Like, I would have been fine with that. But to make him the highest paid in the NFL by a pretty decent margin. I mean, I think it's a couple $1 million, like, over who's second on the list in quarterbacks.
We're gonna second is Joe Burrow at 61.3, but Joe Burrow probably deserves it.
Joe Burrow deserves it. He's been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and he's just a head over heels a better quarterback than Dak Prescott. I don't think that's in consideration. I mean, when we made our list of the top quarterbacks in the NFL, Dak Prescott was 15 for us, something like that.
Yeah,
he was in that range. So the 15th best quarterback in the NFL, at least by my view, is the highest paid. That's crazy. I don't think that should be the case.
No, all right. Yeah, I think your next quarterback paid is CJ Stroud. That's the guy you're looking at. That was what I was trying to find. CJ Stroud's your next big contract. So I was trying to find that for you. No, but so I'll go in this. Yeah, because then, if we go down the top 5 right now, it's Joe Burrow at Dak Prescott at 61.6, Joe Burrow at 61.3, Jordan Love at 58.3, Trevor Lawrence at 56.9, Jared Goff at 55.4, and Josh Allen at 55. Those are your top 5 average per year in salary. Those are the ones you have there. We know Tua's up there as well. Tua's right up there with a really, really big contract. That one's a little bit questionable as well because of his injury history. The Dak Prescott one, I always find weird because at the time when the contract was coming up and they should have signed the extension, I was really big on them. Yes, you have to sign him. You cannot go back into a quarterback hell, especially not with Jerry Jones. You cannot go back into this. This is 15 more years of darkness. I don't think you realize you're never getting a free agent quarterback ever. So you're not getting one from there. No one's going to want to trade with you because those guys don't want to be there because you're not going to pay them. And so you have to draft one. And Jerry doesn't make draft day trades. And they're not going to be bad enough to get back down to get a top guy. So you're just going to keep getting middle of the road quarterbacks for the next 15 years. So I was like, Dak Prescott is better than what they had. And he had some good seasons. And I think there was things where you've wasted a lot of his young part because you didn't necessarily put the weapons around him to really succeed, because once you paid him, but if you would have paid him at the beginning like you should have, he would probably be around Trevor Lawrence money.
Exactly.
And so the reason he's really overpaid is not him so much as it's Jerry Jones. Deadlines make deals, and I back myself into a corner where I have no way around this. And so what am I supposed to do now? I've taken my own system and put it against me. So it's a weird situation because I still think they should have re-signed him. I don't know what the other option was. But yeah, you should have just done it reasonably. The same thing with Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is not going to be worth what you're paying him. He'll be really, really, really good. But I don't think he's ever going to win Defensive Player of the Year because I don't think he's versatile enough of a defender unless he learns how to defend the run. The day he does that, I'll shut up and stop talking bad about Micah Parsons. But as long as you can run right at him every single play and he just runs past you, I can't say that he's worth all that money. I know he's an extremely good defender. He's a good leader in the locker room. There's a lot of good things you can say about Micah Parsons, and he's worth right around that money. Like he's worth being the third highest paid defensive player in the league. But if we're going to continue to make him the highest, especially now that rumors are TJ Watt says I'm going to take the highest pay or nothing. I want to make more than Myles Garrett.
Which he deserves to be paid higher than Micah Parsons. Myles Garrett deserves to be paid higher than Micah Parsons. So yeah, you're right. Third or fourth.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you. They absolutely should have re-signed Dak Prescott. There's no question in my mind about it. The issue was they waited, and then that contract number ballooned up to $61.6 million per year or whatever the number is, and you could have gotten him for Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, whatever. And look, all four quarterbacks, I guess not Trevor Lawrence, but Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jordan Love. I'd rather have all three of those guys on my roster than Dak Prescott. So the fact that he's making more than them just because he made a mistake in negotiations is just...
I agree. No, I agree 100% on that one. Going over to our running back. The highest paid, the most overpaid running back, they have Ramondre Stevenson at an average salary or average annual salary of $9 million is what they have listed here for Ramondre Stevenson. That is a decent chunk of change now for a running back around the $10 million range. He has not really been special for them the last couple of years. Part of that is that offensive line has been garbage, but some different pieces. Do you think Ramondre Stevenson is on that list? I'll give you some of the other highest paid running backs. Saquon Barkley is $20.6 million a year. Christian McCaffrey's 19. Jonathan Taylor is 14. Alvin Kamara is 12.2 million.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ramondre Stevenson's a pretty effective running back. I think he's really good. But at that number, I don't know that he deserves to be up there with some of these other guys making that kind of money, like David Montgomery, James Conner, Joe Mixon, Aaron Jones. I think all of those guys are guys that I would rather have on my roster than him. And some of those guys make more than him, but the point remains. I don't know that he's the bell cow running back necessarily that deserves a $9.5, $10 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, he's had 1,000 yard rushing season.
Yeah, and like I was gonna say Alvin Kamara could be that, but he's been so effective over the last few years. I know he deals with injuries. He's not the same player he was a couple years ago, but he's still a game breaker when he is playing at his best. I just don't know that Ramondre Stevenson's ever going to be a game breaker. So I think that's probably right on the money.
No, so last season he had 801 yards and 7 touchdowns of rushing.
Yeah,
and
that's not a $9.5, $10 million a year player.
No, that's so that is where you put a Ramondre Stevenson being a bit overpaid, where there's some other guys that are high paid, but they're worth it. All those guys that you look at the top paid running backs, Saquon Barkley worth every penny. Ashton Janty's now going to be closer up there. We don't know what he's at. He may be overpaid, but we think I think at least he's going to be pretty good. Jonathan Taylor is a questionable one. They gave him the money. He's doing well, but it's on a team that can't win anything. So I guess he's worth it because he's, one of your sellable members of the team. And then of course, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey are guys that are up on that list as well. Both those guys, when healthy, earn every penny of it. And Alvin Kamara is a question mark in this new Saints offense. I think he definitely deserves for what he had done, but we just need to see how it works in this new Kellen Moore offense. And is he really going to be a featured piece of this team going forward? Or do they kind of just start aiming younger and phase out Alvin Kamara a little bit more?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I don't see a path to Ramondre Stevenson being a top 10 running back in the NFL. I don't think we've done our top running backs list.
No, we've not.
Open Gym,
I thought about doing one of those today, but we did something last week, so we may do it next week. We may go into that one next week.
But I don't think Ramondre Stevenson would be inside my top 20, maybe. I don't know. We'd have to kind of
no,
dive
probably
into
not.
that,
all right, looking over at the wide receiver position, they have Christian Kirk, who's now on the Houston Texans at $18 million season. He is we know that the wide receiver position overall has become something of Christian Kirk was the opening one of when he got that contract. Everyone said, "Are you insane? Wide receivers should not make that much, especially not Christian Kirk." And then he reset the market. Like, usually an outlier contract like that does not completely reset the market. When somebody comes out and unanimously everyone says that's an overpay, it doesn't necessarily connect to everyone else just goes, "Oh no, well, if he's worth 18 a year, then that guy's worth 25." And then those guys are all making 25 like immediately after. So it was an interesting piece because it really changed the wide receiver market. And it feels like the NFL is still trying to figure out how to deal with that because everybody wants 2-star wide receivers, and it's just not really feasible to pay a quarterback $50 million a year and then 2-star receivers 30. You're over $100 million on 3 players. And that just feels like it's not a tenable situation for long-term success. But that is what the new trend for a lot of these GMs are. And Christian Kirk kind of gets thrown into that because he is the guy that was the first player to go and do that. Do you believe that Christian Kirk is the most overpaid wide receiver?
No, I think he is overpaid. I don't want to get that twisted at all. But he's the 22nd highest paid receiver in the NFL by my count, maybe 23rd or 21st, somewhere in there. I'm trying to count on my phone, which is, it's not the best. It's not the most scientific method, but
no.
For me, I think it has to be DK Metcalf. I mean, he's making $32.9 million a year, so basically $33 million a year. And he's the 20th best wide receiver in the NFL, probably somewhere in that 18, 19, 20 range. He has games where you're like, oh my God, this guy is head and shoulders above the rest of the players on this field. And then he has other games where he shows up and he catches 2 passes for 14 yards and you completely forget he exists. And I hate saying that because he's an Ole Miss guy and he's my guy. I love my Ole Miss players, but I just think he's way too high up there. I think that Seattle realized that and they're like, we cannot continue to pay this guy for what he's been doing for us. So they shipped him off to Pittsburgh, who, I don't know what Pittsburgh's been doing this offseason. It's been a weird offseason for them.
They just extended their GM, Omar Khan. They just gave him more years. So whatever he's doing, they're digging it.
Well, that's okay. Cool. Good on them, I guess. But I don't think DK Metcalf should be making more than AJ Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tyreek Hill, Brandon Ayuk, T. Higgins, Jalen Waddle, DJ Moore, Devontae Smith, Nico Collins, maybe even Terry McLaurin. Like, I don't think he should make more than any of those guys. Probably not even Devontae Adams.
Well, Terry McLaurin definitely believes that because Terry McLaurin's like, you need to give me a new damn contract.
Yeah, he's in search of a contract, so that's a little bit of an asterisk there. But to have him $1 million less than CeeDee Lamb, I think they are on 2 totally different planes of wide receiver existence right now. And the same goes for him making more money than AJ Brown, who is head and shoulders better than DK Metcalf. I mean, he's arguably the second best wide receiver, third best wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, I think the average is a little bit less than CeeDee Lamb's, but this season, or the guaranteed or something in there is closer to CeeDee Lamb's. But yeah, the average for Christian Kirk is 18, which is a lot. But CeeDee Lamb's average is 34. So his is up there a little bit more. But yeah, what's funny is that because of Nico Collins having his only be at 24 million, that really allows you to have another bad contract for another year. And I think his contract runs out after this year as well. Christian Kirk's does. So you can, it'll be gone in a year. But having Nico Collins on such a team-friendly deal because you signed him, by the way, earlier, because you signed him before Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and those guys. Like, you were like, hey, let's pay him because there's about to be a bunch of wide receivers and that cost is going to go up, up, up. Let's go and get Nico Collins is under contract. You know, maybe Jerry, just if you're listening, Jerry, I know Jerry tunes in every day. But maybe do that. I agree. I think that is a position where you could find a lot of other guys. He may have been picked solely in the fact that he blew up the market and totally didn't deserve that contract, but that is where they have that one. Tight end.
Trying to
they
find.
Have Cole. Go ahead.
I actually have one more guy who I think is way overpaid.
Okay.
Jonathan Mingo makes an average of $2.2 million a year, and he should be making $0 a year.
Dude, you're gonna regret saying that, dude. He's gonna be so good for them this year. You have no idea how good he's gonna be. Oh man, I can't wait. Can't wait to see Jonathan Mingo have the big breakout game. He's going what, 220 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Never.
Dude, it's going to be huge. And then he's going to stop playing Madden and then go play the real game and, drop 2 balls. But there's a joke for you. How about the tight end position? They have Cole Kmet from the Chicago Bears. He is around $12.5 million a year. One of the highest paid players, one of the highest paid tight ends in those top 5-6 top tight ends is Cole Kmet. We can also see your top ones are George Kittle now and Trey McBride. Both got paid. They're both about $19 million a year. Travis Kelce's at about $17 million. TJ Hawkinson at $16.5. Maybe you go with an aging Mark Andrews at $14 million.
No, I mean, maybe, but that's not my pick.
David Njoku?
No, you're getting close.
Who's your is it Dalton Schultz?
Yeah, it's absolutely Dalton Schultz. And look, Dalton Schultz was good with the Cowboys, and he earned a contract, but he just hasn't been the reliable, what is he, 12 million average per year. He just hasn't been living up to that. He's been so inconsistent, so mind-boggling at times for the Texans. $12 million a year for that guy just seems like a lot, and it hasn't worked out for them. So I'm going to give him the edge over Cole Kmet, who I think is a pretty good tight end. I honestly don't watch a lot of Bears football, so I don't see him on a weekly basis. But I do see Dalton Schultz a lot, and he is super overpaid.
All right, on offensive tackle. Man, I think they've got your number. They've got your number. There is Dan Moore Jr. from the Tennessee Titans. I was like, look, I know he's going to agree with this one. Dan Moore, we've talked about it. His average salary is over $20 million. $20.5 million. That's just a ton for a guy who wasn't. He was not good last year.
He was really bad last year. He was arguably the worst starting left tackle in football last year. Not named Tyler Guyton, I guess, but he was up there, and he was not good, man. He I don't know what he did to earn that contract. I don't know if he's got something on the Titans owners or whatever the case may be, but that is an astronomical contract for a bad left tackle.
Interior offensive lineman is Aaron Banks with the Packers. Once again, a guy who just signed $19.25 million a year in the interior offensive line. He is part of that San Francisco offensive line before that. It was just like when they had Trent Williams was really good. And as soon as Trent Williams wasn't there, was complete awfulness on the offensive line. And so maybe when he looked good, it was more that he was playing over there near and getting something off of Trent Williams, who is actually worth the money he gets paid. But Aaron Banks is your interior offensive lineman, most overpaid.
Yeah, I could buy that one. I'm looking down this list to see if I can find anybody else. Kevin Dotson at $16 million a year seems like a lot for a guy that really struggled last year. But that's about it, man. I think that Aaron Banks is your guy. I can't really find anybody else that I think is wildly overpaid. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a good pick. When a guy like Trent Williams goes down and you need to hold together your offensive line, and he's the guy out there that's supposed to keep it all together, and he can't do it, then yeah, I mean, I totally agree.
Let's go over to the defense now and look at the edge rusher that gets picked over here, and they are going to say that it is Rashawn Gary, the edge out of Green Bay. Rashawn Gary making $24 million a year average salary right now. That puts him up in the top 10 of average salaries. There may be some other guys around that, but you are talking about he's not far off of what TJ Watt's making $28 million right now. There may be some people around that are making that $20 million range that are questionable to be in there. Once you get into $30 million, all those guys seem to be closer to really needing it. But $24 million for Rashawn Gary. His numbers have not been there. He has the ACL surgery as well. He just hasn't really put up the edge rushing, sack, and pressure numbers that you want to see out of a guy to get that kind of money.
Yeah, this is probably a good pick. He just hasn't been what they expected him to be in Green Bay.
He was 36th in sacks last year, by the way.
Yeah, like you can't have those kind of numbers if you're making $24.5 million a year. So, or $24 million a year. So yeah, I mean, I buy this pick. The other one I was going to say is probably Chase Young, who makes $17 million a year and has just never lived up to the billing that he carried when he got drafted in the NFL. He's had injury issues, and he's had like a couple good years, but he's never had that, you know, all pro level year that you expect out of a number 1 draft pick. So I think it probably comes down to those two guys, Michigan and Ohio State, funny enough. But I'm going to give it to Rashawn Gary. I think that's a fair argument. I mean, 36th in sacks if you're getting $24 million a year is just bad.
Yeah. Let's go over and look at the defensive tackle position. They have Elim McNeil from the Detroit Lions on their list. He makes quite a bit of money, $24.25 million a season. That is 4th in the NFL. Which is a pretty high number to make for a guy that maybe hasn't necessarily stopped the run and done all the pieces that he needs to do at the high enough level to be ranked as those top paid defensive tackles.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair pick. I don't have an argument against that one. I was trying to find another one. I was thinking maybe Osa Odighizuwa, but I think that he's going to have a really good year. So I'm not going to put that on Osa. So yeah, we'll go with McNeil. I don't have an argument against it.
Over at linebacker, they have Tremaine Edmonds of the Chicago Bears at $18 million a year. The linebackers core for the Chicago Bears hasn't necessarily been what it needed to be in recent years. And I know with Eberflus, you were hoping that it would be a little bit better. It just never really seemed to click over there. And for him, he's been productive, but I don't know if he's the impact defender that gets that big contract.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. I was going to go with Azeez Al-Shaair. $11 million a year for a guy that just has been very inconsistent, and they need him to be like the spearhead of that, the linebacker core and really of that front seven to kind of keep everything together. And he's just been very inconsistent. He's had those, on-field issues and all those things that we talked about a couple weeks ago. So, I mean, that's who I was going to go with, but Tremaine Edmonds is a good pick as well. I think he makes far too much money, and I don't think he should be making more than Zach Bond or Nick Bolton or Jamie Sherwood or Patrick Queen or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue against that.
Azeez Al-Shaair, the good news is you're not going to pay him all that because he'll probably get suspended at some point, and you get some of that money back. You're not going to pay him some of those game checks. I think Azeez Al-Shaair could be worth every penny. It is that question of can he stay on the field? He just makes too many dumb decisions like that get him in trouble where he's headhunting. And he's a really smart player. He's a heads up player, but it feels like he's a little bit under, maybe doesn't have all the physical tools to get it done. And so that's when he goes into, let me just try and really go after this guy and let me send a message and let me do that. And that's when you have going after a guy who's sliding and not making that extra effort to pull back up. And, I get it's a bang, bang play. They're quick, but you also are a top tier athlete. You could probably lessen the blow a little bit more if you wanted to. And if there was an effort where your head's coming up and you're trying to pull off and you still make contact, I think everybody looks at that a little bit differently than just rolling straight through it going, oh, I didn't know he was going to go down. You're like, yeah, but you're supposed to have your head up still. You're not supposed to be able to not see the play in front of you. Those are the ones where you have to look at it and go, I get both sides of it, but at the same part, you need to be able to stay in the game. If these are the rules didn't change for you. This is what they've been. You need to be able to figure that out. So, I mean, I don't know if they have a better option right now. So you want him to step up and earn that money, but it's a little maybe more. But when he's playing at his best, he is a great communicator, and he's also the green dot on the defense, which gets you a little bit more, maybe a little bump in pay that D'Amico says, make sure he's the guy that we can have that I trust to be out there.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have that green dot, you need to stay on the field.
I agree, 100%.
So,
no, I agree 100% on that one. Let's go into our cornerbacks. And our cornerback that they have listed is Tyson Campbell for Jacksonville. He is at 19.125 millions. This is he got paid a bunch of money. He got a 4-year, $76.5 million contract last season, and he just really wasn't the same player after he got it. He also missed 5 games in the first couple of seasons, and now they just drafted another guy who's going to be playing cornerback. So you're paying him number one money, but you're not really sure that he's the guy. He gets burned plenty as well. So when you look at those top paid cornerbacks and he starts to creep into that conversation, that's where you get a little bit worried. We know that, he's in the top 10 of and what cornerbacks are getting paid. He's, around Trayvon Diggs money, who at least had one, at least had a season that kind of got him closer to that. But that's the money. That's who they have listed for their cornerback.
I mean, yeah, that's a good argument for him, and I, we can go with it if you want to, but I mean, it's really hard for me to not say Trayvon Diggs because he can't stay on the field.
Yeah.
And he gets a lot of interceptions when he's on the field, but he also gets burned a ton. And I just think he is incredibly overrated, and he has not been, he's expected to be cornerback 1 for the Cowboys, and he can't stay on the field. He gets burned. He's not that great in coverage. He doesn't really know what's going on out there half the time, it feels like. And, he hasn't lived up to the billing. I mean, he's just not a very good corner, and he's making what, $19.4 million on average per year. That's too much.
I think Trayvon Diggs with Dan Quinn is a really good cornerback because I think he fits into that style of play really well. And if you put the right pieces around it, the problem is once Dan Quinn left, then there's no one constructing. There's no more mad scientist that is putting together that defense to say, here's the shortcomings of Trayvon Diggs, so we'll cover that with this safety, and we'll have this kind of defense to allow him to let those things happen. Once that disappears, then all of his flaws stick out, and they just haven't had anybody to come up on that coaching staff. And maybe it'll be Eberflus, maybe it'll be him working with Schottenheimer. They'll be able to walk into Jerry and say, hey, we like Trayvon Diggs, but we need to spend some money in the safeties, or we need to go ahead and draft a safety that we know we have it covered because he is going to let some guys slide. Now he's going to get us a double-digit picks a season. So we like him because he can change a game, but we need to make sure we're covered on the other end. And they just don't cover any of those things. They just don't think that way because, again, they haven't had anybody on that roster or anybody in that coaching staff for the last 2 seasons that I think is really past Dan Quinn, that like Mike McCarthy has no say in anything. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that Mike Zimmer did either. And really, I think he wanted to bring in a couple guys, and he didn't even look at it, the Trayvon Diggs situation.
Yeah, I just have a hard time justifying paying a guy that has those flaws, I guess is what I'm saying.
No, I got you. I mean, but again, this is all Trayvon Diggs is not. I like in a perfect world, Trayvon Diggs. But if you don't pay Trayvon Diggs, he walks, and you don't like. There is a certain line where you do have to pay some players, and if you just go, well, we'll just get the best value for everybody, you're going to get a 4 to 5 win team a season. Like you have to overpay some players, and that's just what it is. I don't think I do agree that he's overpaid, but I don't know if it's. He probably should be making 16. Like after what he did and when he signed the contract, he probably should be making about 16 a year. And then it will be a little bit more palatable, and he's making 19. I'd put him probably about 16. I think it's the mismanagement of the defense is why I blame a lot of this on, because they just haven't been able to go and put anything together, and they're still on the Dan Quinn defense pretty much. And they have to get rid of that. They have to change that up.
Yeah, I just don't think he should be making anywhere close to Marlon Humphrey or more than Marshawn Lattimore, Tyson Campbell, L'Jarius Sneed, Carlton Davis, Paulson Deba. Like there's a bunch of guys that I would have rather paid than Trevon Diggs. And a lot of that, you're right, is because of the situation they were in, and they have to get their corner and all that stuff. But I just I feel like he's gonna get traded.
I just don't think he'll be traded because I don't think anybody wants the contract with him. I think he has to go back out there and prove it. Again, I think Deron Bland is the way more tradable option between the two. I know you'd like to keep him, but you're going to have to pay him $22 million a year. So have fun. You're going to have another guy who's overpaid because guess what? Jerry's not going to pay him until he's already in free agency because Jerry Jones is an idiot. He's a smart guy at a lot of things, but he won't make these deals. If most teams would have already locked up all of these guys. George Pickens would have a new deal. If you wanted to keep him, you'd already have Micah Parsons on a deal, Deron Bland to be done, and we would know where we were going as a Cowboys organization. He doesn't do any of those. He keeps you waiting, keeps you on toes, because he thinks that somehow the ESPN's going to stop talking about him if he pays him already. They're going to talk about you, Jerry. There's nothing else to talk about. They're going to talk about you and the Lakers. Don't worry. You'll get your stuff in the sun. All right, final position we'll talk about here. We can do our own kicker and punter if you really want, but Trayvon Moehrig is the guy, the safety that they have listed at $17 million a year, puts him near the top of the list. I believe that puts him at 6 in safety pay rankings, ahead of some of the other younger players that maybe could be a little bit higher on that list. Kirby Joseph is your highest paid from Detroit. Antoine Winfield, Derwin James, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Budda Baker, and then Trevin Moehrig.
Yeah, no, I think this is right. I don't have too many notes on Trevon Moehrig, but I do agree he's probably the highest, or the most overpaid. I think Derwin James and Budda Baker are the two most underpaid because I think they're the two best safeties in the league. But yeah, I mean, Trevon Moehrig shouldn't be making anywhere near their money, so. Yeah, I mean that I'm 100% on board with that one.
Do you have any kickers? They don't have one listed on this. Do you have any kickers that are wildly overpaid? I mean, we know Cameron Dicker's probably underpaid. He's only 5.5. He's only the third highest paid kicker in the NFL right now is Cameron Dicker. So he probably needs to get a pay raise to get it back up to that number one. I think he would go with that one. But yeah, I don't know who's the worst.
I don't think so.
Young Ho Koo probably at $4.85 million, and he missed a ton of field goals for Atlanta last year.
Yeah, he did. I feel like maybe I'm remembering this incorrectly, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But wasn't Kaimi Fairbairn kind of inconsistent last year?
He was okay. He wasn't great, but I think he's been better. I know that he had some injuries too, and so we had some other guys come in and was not as good.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go with that. That's fine.
We'll go with that one. All right, there are some of your top overpaid players in the NFL. You agree with a lot of them, and then it's just.
Well, I will say I think Michael Dixon is the most underpaid punter in the NFL, and he's the highest paid punter in the NFL.
Well, we know he's the greatest punter. It's just, yeah. He has to be better than Shane Leckler. You just have to get him better than Shane Leckler, so that the Aggies can't even have that.
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to get that one away from him. Let's get into a little. You want to get into a little fantasy football talk before we take our last break? and we'll hit a little bit there. We get into it. I do want to hit. By the way, if you want to know why I can talk fantasy football, if you really want to, this is my qualifications, my championship belt. If you see, we're put over here that I am a champion.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
hey, that's nothing to sneeze at, Patrick. That's a big deal.
I am a champion. We'll put that on and we'll talk some fantasy football. We'll just say I'm a champion right here.
Hey, I'm a 5-time champion, so I want to put that out there.
You're a 5-time. No, look, I just have the belt right now, so I feel pretty good about it. That we got this a few years back, and you just got to keep it on. So I know that I sound like I know what I'm talking about. No clue. But I wanted to get into some bold predictions for fantasy football and see if you had any bold predictions to start us off. We'll probably talk a little bit more and maybe get somebody on as we get closer to actual draft time and a little bit closer to where we can make some decisions on it. But what do you think about do you have any bold predictions of maybe a breakout player, somebody you think is going to overachieve, underachieve, somebody that you feel like you go, this guy is somebody I think could be next level?
I was thinking about this, and I was trying to decide between two guys. And I'm going to go with Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields is going to have a really good year with the Jets.
Okay.
I think he's
a good fantasy
good fantasy year with the Jets. I think he's got some weapons there that are going to help him out a lot. I think his legs are going to help him. I think he's progressed as a quarterback since his time in Chicago. So I don't know if he's necessarily going to be top 10, but I think he's going to be a top 15 fantasy quarterback.
All right. I like that. I think I will look. I'll go one further. I think he'll be a top 10 fantasy quarterback. I think he is going to be really good. I think they're going to use him in some different ways to get him in the end zone and get some of those rushing touchdowns as well. They kind of push the outside. So I think he'll be able to be used there well. He'll get some yards from Garrett Wilson. Him and Breece Hall, I think, could have a really good connection of maybe flailing out and getting a connection there as well. So I'm pretty high on him in fantasy football as well for Justin Fields. All right, I'll answer that one with one back. Alvin Kamara, we talked about him before. I don't think Alvin Kamara finishes the season as a top 20 running back in the NFL or in fantasy football, let me say. I think that they will phase him out a little bit more. He may get traded at a point, in which case his value would go right back up. But as long as he is a Saint, I will say I don't think he has the season people want him to. I think they'll try and find some other guys to help out. The fact that Tyler Shuck is their quarterback right now would lead me to believe that he's not necessarily going to be the biggest factor possible in this. So I'm going to go with Alvin Kamara is someone I would stay further away from because I don't think he's going to have a big season there in New Orleans.
Yeah, I would buy that. I just don't think they have enough weapons around that offense to open things up for him to be as effective as he's been in years past. So yeah, I mean, I think that's solid. I don't really have too much of an argument against that one.
All right.
He also doesn't stay healthy, and that's a big issue when you're going through fantasy football. Like you want your number one and your number two running back to be out there every week outside of their bye week, and he just
and I mean also let's throw in the fact they're not going to ever be the Saints are not going to have a lot of games where they're just running the ball at the end of the game.
Yeah,
like there's going to be a lot more games where they're throwing to try and come back.
I think that there is a situation where Tyler Shuck just is captain check down and checks it down Alvin Kamara a ton. And maybe in that situation he gets some extra points, but I still think you're right there.
All right, do you got another one for us?
I do.
All right.
I think that Jaden Blue is going to be the number one, or not number one. I think he's going to be the number 2 rookie running back in fantasy football this year.
Okay. Who are you putting in number 1? Ashton Jeanty?
Yeah, it's Ashton Jeanty is the number 1. I think he could be a top 3 running back in fantasy football, period. But I just think that assuming that things go the way that I think they will in that running back room, that he's eventually going to take over the bulk of the carries, and he's going to be able to be involved in the passing game. And maybe number 2 is a little bit lofty, maybe number 3, but he's going to be right there in the conversation as like a top 5 rookie fantasy running back, just because I think they're going to use him a ton in a lot of different ways, and he's going to get the ball in his hands a lot.
All right, I'm going to say I think that Jaden Higgins will be the second best wide receiver rookie next season in fantasy football. I think he'll be number 2. I think that he is going to do better than Travis Hunter. I think he'll do better than Tet McMillan. I think he'll do better than Igbuka. I think he'll do better than Luther Burden or Trey Harris. I think he'll do better than all those guys. But I think Matthew Golden has a shot to be the number 1 guy, because Matthew Golden is on a team that needs a wide receiver desperately. Now, they may spread the ball around too much that it kills Matthew Golden. But I will say I know Jaden Higgins is going to get his, because they're going to go over and they're going to give him plenty of room to get over on Nico Collins, to try and not let him get anything done. And Jaden Higgins, being another big body guy, is going to go get his.
Okay, I like that. That's a good one. I have a quarterback one for you.
All right, give me another one.
I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be a top 10 quarterback.
Ooh, all right.
I do. I think that he's got the weapons now, and I think that Liam Cohen is going to help him out a ton. And I just think that he's going to have a really good connection there with Travis Hunter and with Brian Thomas Jr., and he'll have a really big year. And to kind of piggyback off of that as well, I think that Justin Herbert is going to be a top 4 fantasy quarterback.
Okay. Herbert's an interesting one. Because Trevor Lawrence, the big question is, does it all work out with Liam Cohen and they get going? And then he has Brian Thomas Jr., he has Travis Hunter, and they leave Travis Hunter more on the offense than the defense. And, they really try and just kick this up. Trevor Etienne steps in. Everyone's playing at a high level, and he just gets those points. Herbert is questionable because they said they want him to run more. And
I don't necessarily think that's going to happen.
But I'm just saying, if you say that and you have him stretch out at the goal line, those touchdowns, those vulture touchdowns, are really, really big. That's why
true.
the top guys are always guys who are mobile, because they get touchdowns, and those 6 points are just huge when you're differentiating in your competition. So I am curious if they try and use them around the end zone a little bit more, if they try and create their own tush push for Herbert as well. That could be a thing. I feel like that could be definitely a Harbaugh thing, that he says, all right, well, the tush push is allowed. We have a big MFer at quarterback as well. And we're trying to build an offensive line that just is nasty and grinds the ball. That's our whole identity, is doing that. So why can't we do it? And why don't we learn our own little tush push? And if they get to the goal line and he starts pushing those in and gets, an extra 7-8 touchdowns this season, who knows if he picks up a few more of that ground. I mean, who knows if it's 10 or 11, then he starts to really jump up those a lot more. I think that'll be a big piece for him as well as he goes. I'll go with my next one. I'll say, I think that Keon Coleman finishes as a top 15 wide receiver this season.
Okay.
I think Keon Coleman is set to have a really good season. He may be top 10, but I'll say top 15 to be safe. Maybe not as bold of a prediction, but I'll say Keon Coleman turns into one of those really top fantasy receiving guys that Josh Allen just finds downfield. And just finds him downfield. And Keon Coleman is a touchdown guy that he gets 1 to 2 touchdowns a game on average now. And you're just finding him down the street, just down the field over and over again. I think Keon Coleman could turn into that. He's a high motor guy that likes to get out and continue on routes. And Josh Allen has a cannon, can throw it downfield. He continues plays as well. I put that as, I think Keon Coleman's going to be a dude this year. Let's do one more. Do we got one more piece?
I have 2 actually.
All right, we'll go 2 more piece. We'll go with that.
My first one is a little bit more headliner, I guess.
Okay.
I think Ladd McConkey is going to be the number 1 wide receiver in fantasy football. I think he's going to have a Cooper Kupp 2021 type season. He might not get the Triple Crown, but I think he's going to be I think he's probably going to lead the NFL in receptions at the wide receiver position. I think he's going to put up a ton of yards and a ton of touchdowns. And I think anytime that Justin Herbert feels like he's even got a breath of pressure on him from an edge rusher. He's just going to find McConkey and put it where he knows McConkey's going to be. So I think he's going to be number one.
All right. I'm going to go. Let's see. Where do I want to go next? I think that Brock Bowers will enter into tight end one category of you have to start taking him super early. That Brock Bowers will enter into the world of this is a guy that you have to start putting in that Kelsey, that range that comes as elite tight ends. I think Brock Bowers goes into that world that he wins you fantasy football leagues. If people don't take him early enough, he's a guy who can win you a fantasy football league.
I like that one. I like that one a lot. Brock Bowers was huge for me last year, so I totally get that. He's going to be probably their top pass catching option as well for at least the next couple of years. So I think that's a good pick. My last one is a bit of a cheat because I don't know if it's necessarily a bold prediction or not, but I've been saying it all off season, and I just believe it. The Denver Broncos are going to have the number one defense in fantasy football, and it's going to be such a good defense that is going to win you leagues because you have them on, they're going to be putting up, like, depending on your scoring and all that stuff, like in the way my scoring works in my league, they're going to get like 20 points a game. They're going to cause turnovers. They're going to get a ton of sacks. They're going to get a bunch of fumbles. Like I just think that they're going to be like a difference maker defense, the biggest difference maker defense in the NFL.
All right, I like it. Yeah, the Broncos, they're going to be. Their defense is so good. I'm with you. I think they're definitely that top tier. And depending on how important stats are to your defense, and how loaded, how many points you can really get on your defense, that they are worth a solid early pick. I'm with you on that one. I'll go with my final one here. Roschon Johnson turns into this year's David Montgomery.
I like that.
Ben Johnson heading to Chicago. He gets Roschon Johnson, and that dude, he finally cracks Roschon Johnson and figures out what he can do. And he is the guy to say, I've got Swift and Johnson. Those are my running backs. And I've got two really talented guys that we know Swift is not always reliable. And in the red zone, Roschon is my dude. And I'm just going to get Roschon, run him through, and he is a machine that's going to go for me. I got Roschon Johnson as if you want to get a running back and a handcuff for that running back, Swift and Roschon. Take Swift and Roschon later in rounds and get both those dudes. But I think Ben Johnson is going to be nothing but great for Roschon Johnson.
I love that pick. I could see that absolutely. I have two questions for you, Patrick.
Yes.
Number one, are we going to have an open gym fantasy, or not an open gym, a Texas Sports Unfiltered fantasy league?
I have no idea. I don't know. We have to ask. That's a question we got to ask the guys who are more tenured than us here, if they have one.
Yeah,
They're doing.
I think that's something that if we don't already have that, we should organize that for sure.
All right, I like it.
My other one is, can I give you a bonus that is not
of course.
necessarily a bold prediction?
Of course.
I think that J.J. McCarthy is going to be quarterback 32 in fantasy football.
He won't be. He will not be. You could say he could be out of the top 15, out of the top 20 even, and I'll give it to you. But I think he plays the whole season. And if he plays the whole season, they'll be better than some of these other guys. Plus, he's going to run the ball some.
Nah. I think
they made Sam Darnold. Kirk Cousins and Sam Darnold just looked really good in that offense. And you think they can't make J.J. McCarthy look okay?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that is just pure hate for J.J. McCarthy over there. I love it. It's on brand. Matt. I appreciate it. But I do think that there's a fine possibility that J.J. McCarthy actually has a decent fantasy football season. I don't think it'll be great, but I think if you get him later on, like I think the Justin Jefferson, J.J. McCarthy is just a fine, if you want to have that pairing, because you're not going to take J.J. till way late. And so if you get Justin Jefferson early, I don't mind you taking the J.J. McCarthy on there.
I wouldn't pick him. I wouldn't even pick him as my backup. I wouldn't pick him as I wouldn't pick him up on the waiver wire if I was going into the last week of the season and I needed to win in order to advance to the playoffs, and I have Justin Herbert or Jalen Hurts, and they're both hurt, or they're not. Neither of them are playing. I wouldn't go pick up JJ McCarthy off the waiver wire. I would pick Joe Flacco.
I love it. I love it. You're gonna pick up Shador. Go get Shador. He's gonna be starting. We know that.
Yeah, or Shador. Anybody. Give me anybody. I pick up Quinn Ewers.
I love it. All right. There's a little fantasy football talk. First of the year for us here. First of the show. We've done a little fantasy football talk. We'll have a little bit more as we get closer to draft time, and once again the preseason of the NFL, and we really start to see these teams come together. We'll get a little bit more of that. Let's take our second break, Matt, and we'll come back and get into our meatheads of the day as we roll into a 4th of July holiday weekend here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we get almost all the way to this holiday weekend, getting ready for it. It's time to get to our meathead of the day, Matt. At first, I want to start out with just an image for you that this is what I think you should do for your hot dog for the 4th of July, Matt. Something you should check out. I don't know if you've had one. Maybe you've had one already. This has been at the Rangers ballpark for a few years now. But have you tried a boomstick before, Matt?
Oh my God. No, but I want to. Holy crap. What all is on that? Take the onions off. Yeah, take the onions off and I'm good to go, man. That looks awesome.
That is 2 feet.
That in 1 inning.
That is 2 feet of a hot dog right there. It is nacho cheese that you're going to get on top of it as well. The jalapenos. Onions on there. It is let's see if I can find all of it. Yeah, it's basically nachos on a hot dog. They cost around $32 to $35, I believe. If you want to go get yourself a boomstick at a Rangers game, but that is feel pretty on top of it, American hot dog there. I know nacho cheese and jalapenos maybe not being thing more Tex-Mex, but Tex is part of it. It's more Tex side of it. But yeah, would you go get yourself one for these for 4th of July?
Oh yeah, yeah. Take the onions off. Give me extra jalapenos, and I'll crush that thing in an inning.
In an inning.
In an inning, I would dominate that thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't need the 2 feet of hot dog though.
I mean, that's a lot of hot dog.
That's a lot of hot dog. I mean, a foot-long hot dog is a lot of hot dog.
I could probably eat 6 hot dogs in one sitting.
I mean, I could eat it. I just feel like by the end of the hot dog, I'm going to be a little sad about it. Like, I'm going to be like, this wasn't as good. I don't know. And I don't want, I agree, Joe. I don't want to be, if you eat that in the 1st inning, I don't want to be in the seats behind you in the 6th inning. Feels like that's going to be a disaster. I don't want to.
Hey, I'm all about it, man. Give me one. I want one right now.
The boomstick.
I also right now, so I'll eat anything.
I also saw this video, great video that we saw from one of these Spurs new rookies.
Everything happened so fast. I think the thing that really put me in a whirlwind is when I walked into a breakfast. Manu was there, and then I saw Timmy D and I saw Coach Popovich. So I'm like, oh my gosh, like that's my whole childhood just standing right in front of me. Like these dudes know my name, like they're greeting me, telling me I'm a hell of a player and all these things. It's like this is crazy. Like this is my childhood right in front of me.
There is Carter Bryant, the 14th pick of this year's draft that went to the Spurs, talking about the difference of the Spurs than some other organizations, that so many of the legends still just kind of hang around and are around the team so much that he's like, dude, you see these Hall of Famers all just hanging out. And they're like, hey, Carter, what's going on? Glad to have you part of the team. You're like, what? No, you're Hall of Famers. I don't expect to see you day one of going in. Yeah, that's maybe something you can work into.
That's really cool. Where did he go to college?
Arizona.
And where is he from originally?
Ooh, I couldn't tell you. To look up where he's from originally.
I mean, if you grew up during that time period, the Spurs, like when you were a kid, the Spurs were the team in the NBA up until that Heat run. So, and even then they were still really, really good. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would have done in that situation. I probably would have freaked out myself. It used to be like that for the Mavericks, Patrick. It did. Dirk used to he was hanging around.
Oh, I know. Oh no, believe me, I would get. So he's from Riverside, California. So maybe that probably grew up a Lakers fan. But that being said, if you were a Lakers fan, you saw the Spurs all the time, and that was a rivalry. So you'd still, as a basketball player, be about that. Roy's correct as well. His grandparents are deaf, so Carter knows how to sign and do all of that. So he's going to be a big, cool. One of the things that he wants to do in the NBA is be an advocate for deaf people and helping out in that, teaching American Sign Language and stuff like that, which, by the way, I had a great conversation when someone goes, the cool part about sign language is that it's a universal language. I'm like, I hate to break it to you. It is not. There's a reason it's called American Sign Language. It's not even the same as British Sign Language. She's like, what? I'm like, no, it's completely different. I don't know why that is. I don't know why they couldn't just get it going and be like, hey, we're having a hard enough time. How about we kind of make it a little bit easier and make it at least in English, some of the same things? But no, all the sign languages are different. So it's a different one. But really cool to see that from Carter Bryant. And you see, to have the Hall of Famers. But I agree. This was the thing I was like, that I saw when Jared Dudley and then when JJ Barea left. I know it's not a huge thing of JJ Barea leaving, but it is that sign to go, I don't know any franchise of college, pro, or anything where basically scaring away everyone from your past has ever resulted in anything positive.
There's another really good example of that too, but I'll keep going.
But that's like, you just see that and you go, every time everybody starts to go away and you start to cut out the people who have been a lot to this team in years past and go, we're forming a new hit. It never works. It never works. There's never a point where it's like they're being so toxic having these people around. And then what happens is the next person comes in, or the two people down the line, and they go, wait, why is Dirk not here? Wasn't Dirk always here? And they go, yeah. And he goes, oh, let's call Dirk and tell him we want him to be a part of it. Now we have to really go and bring these guys back in. We saw Sark do it.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Tom Herman did that exact thing.
Yes.
And it didn't work. And now the
No.
Mavericks are doing it. It's not going to work. JJ Barea, I know that, like, to anybody outside of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, JJ Barea's name doesn't really do anything for you. But in Dallas, everybody loved him. He was such a big part of the Mavericks and just the culture of that franchise. And they're just like, nope, we don't want you anymore. And he didn't want to be there anymore either because it's gotten so toxic. And that's what they're like. They're just, it's not even that they're saying, like, to JJ Barea, we don't want you around. It's he's like, I don't want to be around this franchise anymore. I want to have another opportunity elsewhere. Same thing with Dirk. Like,
Yeah.
they it's not like they're telling Dirk to stay out of the building, but they're basically telling him, like, you're not involved in basketball decisions.
No, you need to be invited to come in.
Yeah.
And
which is ridiculous.
that's not the way it was. Yeah. And that's what you hear Carter Bryant being like. Manu Ginobili walked in and says, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Glad to be here. And then Tim Duncan. And to have those guys be able to help you out and have Hall of Famers be assistant coaches for you, basically, and come in and help, that is gigantic.
We got some breaking news in the last minute of Open Gym, Patrick.
What do we got?
Jackson Hayes just signed a 1-year deal to return to the Lakers. They brought him back even though they didn't want to play him.
Oh my God. Jackson Hayes and DeAndre Ayton. JJ Redick is gonna go insane. It's gonna be a lot of him being like, you're supposed to be over here. Go get the Oh, it's gonna be great. I can't wait for it. Matt, have a great weekend. Enjoy the 4th of July. Enjoy the beach. Everybody who's watching and listening, we appreciate you joining us. We'll be back on Monday. Enjoy your 4th of July holiday. Salute to America. And we'll be back on Monday. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. And we'll see you right back here on Monday for more from Open.